Okay, dear guests, this is a wonderful time for us. Not the first time for the Academy, but for us in Wrocław, this is the first such opportunity. So I'm very happy, excited and proud and to have you all here. As you see, the program is as follows, that we will start now with the anniversary session. So our hub, the Wrocław Knowledge Hub of Academia Europaea, is celebrating in its 12th year, a 10-year anniversary because of COVID. And it's like a Jubilee session or just a happiness session for Wrocław Hub. And before we will go to the speeches and presentations, let me welcome especially President of Academia Europaea, Professor Maria Makarov. The former President of Academia Europaea, Professor Lars Vallo. President Vallo not only is just one of the presidents of Academia Europaea, but he's the president of Academia Europaea who started this hub, who founded this hub. So special thanks. The board of Academia Europaea, great welcome to all of you for making us this honor of also having the board meeting yesterday in Wrocław. The person who, as far as I'm aware, I was told, as a legend here goes, or a history of this hub, is cherished, the person who kind of invented the hub or had an idea for having a hub, the first hub actually of Academia Europaea, and that this is here in Wrocław, Professor Jerzy Langer. The former academic director of this hub, and also former rector of our university, and also a chemist, and also a former chief of all Polish rectors, and an honorary chief of all Polish rectors, and probably many other things, a scientific advisor to the president of the city when the city was growing and became very, well, had many wonderful things happening to the city, Professor Tadeusz Lute. I'm sure there are also some other important things about Tadeusz Lute that I haven't mentioned, but welcome. Welcome home. This is your university. And now there are Polish members of Academia Europaea present with us today to celebrate this, so also warm welcome to all of you. Among them also rectors, professors, famous scientists, great happiness. Now we are honored by some important representatives of local scientific or research institutions in the city and around. The rector, His Magnificence Rector of the Pope's Theological Faculty in Wrocław, Professor Sławomir Stasiak. Is he present? If not, then he's present in spirit because he's a priest. So that's also, it fits very well. Then Vice Rector for Research and International Cooperation of the Musical Academy in Wrocław, Professor Magdalena Blum. I heard that Academy does not have artists in its body, right? Only the science and not artists.
But we do have artistic research.
Good. And then Vice Rector for Strategic Development of the University for the Medical University in Wrocław, Professor Marzena Dominiak. And the Director of the Institute for Low Temperature Research, for Low Temperature and Structural Research, Professor Dariusz Kaczorowski. Since I forgot to mention who is member of what, like member of the Academy of Science and Academia Europaea, then forgive me, I will not now go back and some are not. Members of various bodies like this. The chairman of the Jacek, tell me what's the English translation of your Jacek Oko is the head of the chairman of the Electronic Communication Office, and our professor of this university as well. Professor Jacek Oko, welcome. Now we will start with two letters, two presidents of the city, the former president of the city who had been president for 16 years, and the present president, so the former is Rafał Dudkiewicz, and the present mayor or president of the city is Jacek Sutryk. They both, unfortunately, didn't make it. They should be here, they both regret, we regret even more, but they sent letters, and let's see if they did justice to us in the letters. So the first from the present president of the city, Jacek Sutryk, the letter will be read by the Secretary of the Council for the Higher Education and Science to the Mayor of Wrocław, and also City Council member, Professor Dr. Jacek Osowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, the president of the city of Wrocław cannot be present here today, and he asked me to read this letter on behalf of the mayor of the city, Mr. Jacek Sutryk. I would like to present the letter directed to the participants of the celebration of 10th anniversary of Academia Europaea in Wrocław. The unique character of the city of Wrocław comes from its history and ambition to be an open and multicultural place to live, study, and work. However, the most important and crucial part of making this ambition come true is played by its people, who form, developed, and make Wrocław thrive. Their openness and tremendous sense of solidarity have been proved recently in the way they welcomed and took care of Ukrainian refugees. And municipal authorities, we do not stop taking every effort to make a city visible and competitive in various aspects of social, economic, and academic life. That's why we appreciated so much the decision of establishing the regional branch of Academia Europaea in Wrocław that was made over a decade ago. Along with Bergen, Barcelona, Budapest, Cardiff, Munich, and Tbilisi, we are proud to serve as a hub of Academia Europaea, regarded as a unique platform for sharing knowledge, exchanging ideas, and thoughts, supporting interdisciplinary and international research and promoting academic excellence. Together with 17 outstanding scientists from Wrocław, who throughout the years became a member of our academia and its dedicated staff, the hub in Wrocław has been actively involved in the organizing academic meetings and events, as well as in supporting and linking the local scientific activity with their partners and colleagues from different parts of Europe in order to exchange the mobility understood not only literally but also as a natural, constant curiosity of the world, need of dialogue and intellectual challenge. We strongly believe that the high-quality education, open and critical thinking, developing and implementing advanced technologies to serve the public are most important foundation for living democracy, good working economy, and prosperity of our societies. Today, I would like to congratulate all of the persons creating and sharing a space of intellectual and multicultural ferment, which has been a source for various valuable scientific initiatives leading to the advancement of the education, of the public and successful promotion of international and interdisciplinary research in Europe. Yours sincerely, here is a signature of President Jacek Sutryk. Thank you very much.
Huge thanks. It's wonderful. Now, the former President Rafał Dudkiewicz and the President on whose watch, so to speak, the hub was created, also sent a letter, and Professor Jerzy Langer, agreed to present it. Also the person, as I said, who had an idea for this hub, so they kind of worked as a team, maybe together with Professor Wall and Professor Lute. So please not only read the letter, but maybe you also want to say something on your own behalf.
Thank you very much, Arek. I'm sorry that I'm saying that not your magnificence, but since we've been friends for ages, so I cannot be very official at this moment. But of course, the most important is what our great friend and a good soul is going to say to all of us. And he really apologized very much that he cannot come. I'll explain later why. But the most important is what he decided to tell us. As perhaps everybody at this audience know, that he was the president, the mayor of this city at the time of the largest, not only economic, but cultural growth of the city after the war. He was the mayor for 16 years, won elections by landslide, but as everybody in politics, he has some roots. And his root is mathematics. And he is a full doctor of mathematics, but the politics took him over. But he never forgot the science is something that is important. So with this this introduction, I would like to read what he really wrote, and this is his message. Academy and Europe. These are concepts and spaces that I love very much, and in which I see the main potential of our individual and collective development. This applies to both the past and the future. Hence my joy when I learned that the combination of these two beloved fields, academia and Europe, can reach Wrocław in the form of Academia Europaea Hub. At the press conference announcing the launch of the new Academia Europaea Hub, we showed only a few dozen slides presenting photos of the scientists with whom we presented briefly in the following way. Professor X, this was a name, the Nobel Prize winner in the field of, and here was the field, Academia Europaea Fellow since, and that was the year. I was happy to host the top intellects of our continent at the 25th anniversary of Academia Europaea in Wrocław, the place where IQ was invented. Today I'm in a different place with new obligations, but also challenges, in Warsaw, as the leader of the largest and oldest Polish organization of employers. I'm sorry for not being able to join you today in Wrocław. Maybe my dream about bridges between business and academia will come true, at least in part. Woody Allen said that forecasting is very difficult, especially when it concerns the future. And yet, creative thinking about the future and preserving generational memory is something that defines us very much, also in the age of artificial intelligence. Vivat Academia, vivat professores, vivat Academia Europaea. Signed, Rafał Dudkiewicz. So I think that after such a letter, which I must confess that I was very moved when I read it, tells that he's simply one of us. And the only comment which I'm allowed to before Professor Valo, who was a spiritus movens not only for this place, but also for the Academia Europaea, will tell us in a moment, I must say that people believe in miracles. We scientists have a certain distance from this, but miracles really happened. And I remember when the ERC was formed, I immediately thought that this is a triple miracle. Why? Because first of all, the scientists could agree on something that is important. The second miracle was that politicians wanted to listen to. And the third one, that they provided resources to create the ERC. And I must confess that the creation of this Academia Europaea Hub is another miracle, which has a very substantial, reasonable reasoning. And I think that Professor Valo will tell us what are the reasons that, what happened that happened. Thank you very much.
Before asking Professor Valo, since it was pointed to me that the surprise of our speakers has already been spoiled, we should, since everybody knows already who is giving talks, let us welcome them also in the beginning. So a special great welcome to Professor Erwin Neher, who will give the first lecture, and to Professor David Rivas, who will give the second lecture. And now, Professor Valo, President Valo, please tell us about how it all happened and why.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to this occasion, and dear members and friends of Academia Europaea. I hope you excuse that I have to keep on to this rostrum just to keep balance, but I hope you excuse my small problems with walking and standing. I was elected president of Academia Europaea in 2008, and it lasted to 2014. And before that, I had been a member for 10 years and was section chair for one of the biological sections, but I had not been involved at all in the running of the academy. And to me, it was a surprise when I was suggested as the next president in one of the meetings we had fairly short time before the election. There was another candidate, and he was not elected, and I was a kind of proposals from the floor, and I was elected. And I knew very little about Academia Europaea's internal troubles at the time. But I, of course, from my own work, knew about the biological sections and what the members were doing. Maybe the reason I was elected had nothing to do with my personal qualifications, I think, but I had been president of the Norwegian Academy of Science and Letters for 8 years in the previous period, ending in 2004. And during that period, I had been fortunate, not for my credit, I think, so much, but I had established the Nobel Prize in Mathematics in the Norwegian Academy, and I had established the Kavli 3 prizes in astrophysics, nanoscience, and neuroscience, also in the Norwegian Academy during my presidency in the Norwegian Academy. And maybe also that people in the Academia Europaea thought that maybe the rich Norwegian government could give some economic support to the Academia Europaea, which never happened, really. I got some help in the sense that the Norwegian government promised to pay my travel expenses in relation to, but that was all. So it didn't turn out the way that maybe the members of the Academia Europaea wanted it. So I had at that time very little, shall I use this for, yeah. Big button. The big button, yes. So I had very little information, really, when I started about the problems as they were perceived by me then when I looked into the matter in 2008. First of all, it was the economy. It was very difficult to run the business because of economic problems. Members of academies, especially in UK, France, Sweden, members of the rich national academies, they were used to being not pay for their membership, but rather to be paid for their membership. Travel expenses paid, for instance, by the academy and so on. And this was different. Especially in France, it was of course an honor, but they didn't want to pay for their membership in Academia Europaea. So the economy was a big problem, and I guess it still is a problem, but for reasons I will come back to, it may be a little less now than with the hubs than it was in the beginning. The London office, with only 2 people paid by the academy, was overloaded. Of course, they managed to cope with the problems, but still the members wanted the office to do more than they were able to do. There were too little contact, in my opinion, with the EU system, which was at that time increasingly interested also in the research problems. So it was too little contact with the EU system. And it was, and that's maybe the most important serious problem at the time, was too much focus on scientists and scholars in the Northwest Europe, especially the West, but also to a certain extent to the North. It was UK, the Scandinavian countries, West Germany, or what was left after the unification of Germany, and of course the Netherlands and so on were the main contributing countries, not only in the term of members, but also in the problems which engaged members, especially, of course, in the humanities and social sciences, where you have this difference between the East and West and North and South in Europe. So I tried to look into these problems, and to me, it turned out that the creation of the Wroclaw Hub was the first and main step to try to solve at least some of the problems on these 4 points I've listed here. And to a certain extent, especially to the last one, I think that the Academia Europaea Hub in Wroclaw really did make a difference, but also maybe on the office problems, because it was possible in the beginning to move some of the problems from the London office to the regional office in Wroclaw, and later also to other hub offices. And we managed to get some more contact with the EU system. So I think the 4th bullet point I mentioned, if you look up I did last week, look up Wikipedia on Academia Europaea, and somewhat down the page you will find this sentence. Since 1989, the Academia Europaea has evolved from its origins as an organization of predominantly Western European scholars into a pan-European Academy of Sciences, Humanities and Letters. And I think this was definitely the case beginning in the first, maybe, say, 10 years of Academia Europaea, and I think that the Wroclaw Hub establishment was the first step, and it has increased in the direction listed in this sentence from Wikipedia ever since, but especially on the change from Western to the pan-European is very well covered by the establishment of the Wroclaw Hub. So, at that time, one of the members of my board was Hermann Maurer, and he understood my wish to extend to the East, although he is from Graz in Austria. He was professor of informatics, and he said, maybe we can help. Austria is a country on the border of Western Europe and the more Eastern European countries, and he was professor of informatics, and he had a staff and an institution. He said, we can take the responsibility of listing the members and doing all the administration of members. So the GRAS Information Center was created in 2010. Of course, it has evolved over that time, and Herman himself is out of it, and Dana Kaiser she's here, and she is now taking the responsibility. But he has done a good job and was the first step. But the more important step in the larger picture was, of course, the creation of the Wroclaw Hub. And in my board, I had a person who was interested in one of the problems listed in my list of problems, and that was the contact with the EU. He had a history of recent engagement in EU at the time, we are talking about 2009-10. So he said, we have to make a better contact with EU. And that was the first. So he introduced me, and we started out with different systems to try to get. I will mention a few of them later. But the first contact was to go to the east, as also Jersey wanted, was the so-called Russian prices. That's a kind of digression from my history, because it, of course, was ended completely a few years back. But at the time, we included not only East European countries, former Soviet Union countries, but also Russia itself. We had members from Russia, and we wanted to increase the numbers from Russia, Russian scientists and Russian scholars. And we managed in the first years after I became president to elect a few members from the Russian academic world. And they were enthusiastic. Before my time, they had established the Russian prizes, which were prizes to be given to young Russian scholars and scientists. And I decided that, because I had got this travel money from the Norwegian government, that I wanted not only to give the prizes and the money and call it European prizes, but I traveled to Moscow to deliver the prizes in 2010. In the Lomonosov State University in Moscow, on the celebration day of the Russian academic world, with Medvedev as was president, that in a short period between the current president, but Medvedev was president and he was present. But I was in the top floor of that big university building, giving out the Russian prizes from Academia Europaea to enthusiastic young Russian scientists and scholars. And that made an impression on me, which has lasted. They were all eager to have closer contact with Western Europe, or Europe in general. And they were talking about having, not moving permanently to the West, but to have sabbaticals, to have postdoc periods and so on. And they were talking about it, both the scientists, natural scientists, and the social scientists, and the people from the humanities, which they go these prizes. So that was the first attempt, but it came to nothing. But then Jerzy Langer introduced me to something which is mentioned on the bottom of this slide here. He had contacts in the European Union. And during the José Barroso presidency, and he was president of the Commission for 2 periods. I think he's the only one who has been that. And my impression is that he was the only president of the Commission who was really interested in science. I don't know much about Ursula von der Leyen, but for the others, I think they were not as interested in science. Even Barroso, of course, was most interested in natural sciences, which could give industrial growth and so on, not so much in the humanities. But he invited me to come as a president of Academia Europaea to give a lecture in something which was arranged by his office in Barcelona in June 2010. And Barroso was the first speaker, of course, but I was the second to talk about the European Research Council. And I was, for 2 periods, which is really against the rules, I was chair of one of the bodies of the European Research Council, starting from the very beginning. And that was an experience with the contact with Barroso in this period. He was enthusiastic, as you know. He also created the position as main scientific advisor and did a lot to improve. And he created, in his period, the European Research Council was also founded. But he was interested in Academia Europaea. But in parallel to this, we decided to develop commentaries on European policy. And 3 of them are listed here from 2010, 11, and 12. The 2 first had no impact at all. They were published only on the web. The third one had maybe a more strong impact, because it took up the problem which was not raised in Europe 2020, the questions about the humanities. What will be of the humanities? Because we have so different languages and different history in the different European countries, and is it possible to find something which unite Europe in these topics? And I think the commentary on humanities and social science in Europe was discussed much in European context at that time. They were then all printed but in 2012 by the Wroclaw office. Before that, they had not been available to many, but now in printed versions they were distributed. So this is one of the first, what shall I say, the Wroclaw office made an impact. So, moving on, Jerzy Langer had not only knowledge about the EU, but he also had a close friend, not in Warsaw, but here in Wrocław. And that was Rafał Dutkiewicz. And he had the same opinion as both Jerzy and I had, that we needed to include the former Soviet influence sphere, Eastern European countries. And of course that was important, and more important in the humanities and social sciences than in the natural sciences, because natural sciences, although people working in these fields in the East maybe have difficulties, financial difficulties and so on, but the natural sciences were still unity across Europe. But for humanities and social sciences, it was different. So it was important to include these fields of Wissenschaft, not only science, as more called for the natural sciences. So, and Jerzy knew Rafał Dutkiewicz very well. And together, the 3 of us, or maybe mostly Rafał and Jerzy, made out the idea about the hub in Wrocław, and they convinced me that this was a good idea, especially for the last of the 4 bullet points I indicated in my first slide, to increase the activity in the Eastern European countries, former the sphere of influence of the Soviet. And so it became, and I must admit it was much resistance in my board at the time. We had strong discussions about this. Is it possible? Is it viable? Could we create something in Eastern Europe which would not destroy the idea by the founders of Academia Europaea? And so it happened that we managed to get the agreement through the board in 2011, and the hub was established. Here is for the meeting we had here in Wrocław in that year, and the hub was established. after the establishment of the hub, and it soon became a success. I will mention in a few slides what the main idea or what the main reason for the success was. Again, it's not so much to my credit that it was to some members of the board. I've mentioned 3 people already. I will mention 2 more. But of course, it was possible it was possible to increase the activity in the East, and that have mostly to be activity in the humanities and social sciences, not in the natural sciences, because that was where the history was different. So when we started, and it soon became a great success, the person mainly responsible for that, of course, was local people, but in addition, it was one other person. But as a digression, I would like to say that the founder of Academia Europaea, Arnold Bergen, whom you will see here with the 2 arrows, he is seen to the left from you, and his wife, who is a scientist and member of Academia Europaea, was in Olga Kennard in her own right, a structural chemist. And Arnold became enthusiastic. He saw the idea, and he said to me, called me and talked to me on the phone, and he sent me emails, and that continued, sending me emails and discussing on the phone until last year, just before he died. Even after I was no longer president of Academia Europaea, he called me regularly and sent me emails, and we're discussing problems connected to the Academia Europaea. Maybe it helped that I happened to know his wife as a structural chemist, because I had a master's degree with a supervisor in Norway who also got a Nobel Prize in structural chemistry, Odd Hassel. So he was my supervisor for my master thesis. So I knew Olga, and that was a kind of, also helped me in my communication with Arnold. So I have a very good memory of Arnold, who died just after he reached 100 years old last year. And he was active, his brain was active to the very last moment. But back to what could be obtained by in addition to, of course, the local people here. And I will not mention names here, but there are a lot of people here in the humanities and social sciences in Wrocław. But the main, from the board person, supporting me in my idea and Jerzy Langer's idea to increase the activity in the East was an historian, member of my board, Peter Emmer from Netherlands, from Leiden University. He was very instrumental. I think his background, his main research area previously had been colonies, the Dutch colonies, and the social problems with the people in the Dutch colonies. And he was interested in what happened to people in Eastern European countries, first after German occupation, then after Soviet occupation or influence, and how is it possible then to get out of this period of oppression and still do what Wissenschaft. I don't want to use the term science in this connection because it doesn't include the humanities. And he was influential, and he started much of the activity in the also in the Wrocław Hub in the early years in my presidential period. So this is partly from what is now listed on the Academia Europaea webpage. But it was already from my time, the 4 points on the top there, for instance, what is the main objectives of the regional office? This was not only then the Wrocław Hub, but of course this was also for the Wrocław Hub, and especially, and we started with the help of Peter Emmer, the Wrocław seminars. He was himself very active creating the first one, which is for some strange reason not listed in the official Academia Europaea webpage today. It's only listed as number 2, the third bullet point here. No, yes, regimes of memory. It's called regimes of memory 2. I dropped out the Roman numeral 2. But they have not listed, I don't know why. But the first one was regimes of memory. Regimes of memory, what happened to the people during the oppression from the Germans, from the Russians, and how can it be possible to come out of this period? And then I've also here listed, oh, sorry, I should go back. Even I've listed down to 2016 because that one, it wasn't after I had stepped down as president, but the seminar was planned already when I was president by Peter Emmer. And of course, it shows also his interest in colonies and the problem for the people subject to colonization. So I also think that among the people I mentioned who collaborated with me, Peter Emmer was from the humanities, the most important person, in addition to people here locally in Wrocław. But of course, and then he was also instrumental in suggesting summer schools and visiting lectures. There is a long list of names and topics which you will find on the webpage. But that was organized and made during the first years of the Wrocław Hub. And then it was the Academia Europaea was going to celebrate its anniversary. And it was a question, how should we celebrate the 25th anniversary of Academia Europaea? And again, we had problems in the board because Wrocław proposed that the celebration could take place at the Wrocław Hub. In 2012. And it was a strong disagreement in the board. I managed to get it through, mainly by the help of the person to the right, seen from here. Here is again Herman Maurer, but also Andreo Mascorell, who also understood the importance of including the humanities. He was an economist himself, as some of you will know. He was head of the European Research Council for a period, and he was engaged in the problems of including all of Europe. Of him also, he was interested, as he was from Barcelona himself, he was also interested in more inclusion from the southern European countries. Italy had been member, and there are lots of members from Italy from the very beginning, but other southern European countries were not very well represented. And he argued that we have to. And of course, in addition to when the Wrocław Hub was such a great success, although after 1 year, he proposed he was among the people who supported the Barcelona Hub, which my vice president, Seed Clothing at the time, and Andreo argued for, and we created the Barcelona Hub 1 year after the hub here in Wrocław. So that was the two first. In my presidency, we also created the hub in Bergen, which was not a great success in the beginning, but is a much better shape now. And then, of course, in Seed's time, followed the other hubs. As again, decentralized the whole of the Academia Europaea, which was not the idea in the beginning. The idea was to move the attention towards the east, and then later with Barcelona to the attention from the south of Europe. So, when we had the celebration of the 25th years from in 2013, and it was here in Wrocław, and it was a great success, in opposition to, or in contrast to, what was claimed by the people in my board and around who did not want to have the celebration in Wrocław. So we made it. It was a great success. We had a celebration this is in the main square, which was outside the Academia Europaea headquarters at that time. It's still a name of the wall there, I've been told. I haven't seen it today myself. And here is Rafael Dutkiewicz in the middle there. And you see this was part of the celebration. So this was most of my story. I will not go into the details. What I else did in my period was to create the Young Academy, which was also because members of the Academia Europaea was, of course, an old, and I had a good collaboration with the first head of the Young Academy, Miche, and we created the Young Academy of Europe at that time. That also happened in collaboration with Seed Clothing, who became my successor. But I will finish with a person who, for me, was the most important political person in this period, in addition to José Barroso, and that is Rafael Dutkiewicz, which was an honorary member of Academia Europaea because of his involvement, not only in the creation of the Wroclaw Hub, but also in support from the city, financial support and moral support during my years and later. Thank you for your attention.
So now I'd like to ask Professor Tadeusz Luty to speak to us. Professor Luty was the director of the hub for most of the time. I have relatively recently took over. So Tadeusz, please tell us how hub worked, why and how, and what it meant for the city when it was created.
Dzień dobry, good morning to everybody. Madam President, Mr. President Lars, I used to call you like this because he, from the very first days, introduced the family atmosphere into our community. And dear rector, the host of this meeting, and of course, it is mostly thanks to you that we can meet here on this important occasion. After this presentation by President Vallot, which actually shows you the history of Academia Europaea in the context of Wrocław Hub, it is very difficult to find something which will be interesting for you from the perspective of the Wrocław Hub. Nevertheless, let me try to give you some details, remarks concerning our hub. And of course, I have been very happy when organizers, let me call it like this, I mean Kasia and of course rector, asked me to deliver a few words on this occasion. But on the other hand, I thought, well, what I can say about the hub, which in fact has been, as you have heard, has been organized at a very important time, but also kind of a very turbulent time in the city. you may wonder how this friendship between President Dudkiewicz and Professor Langer started. Jerzy is from Warsaw. President Dudkiewicz is the mayor of this city in Wrocław. And you may know, which is probably not only the case in Poland, that we in the provincial cities, we don't really like capital. So how it happened? And again, it was because the city, actually the mayor of Wrocław, has been very ambitious concerning science and research in this city. He really, I would say, he really had been fascinated by something which, let me call it potentially, as a genius loci of Wrocław. And his idea, and later on it was also kind of my dream, was to establish a European Institute of Technology headquarters in Wrocław. And we were fighting for this. At this time, we didn't know that we have to fight with our government rather than with the European institutions. And as you, of course, know, we didn't succeed. But thanks to this idea fix that we can have the European Institute of Technology headquarters here in Wrocław, this started a lot of initiatives. And one of this was to establish a center of research which still exists, but unfortunately has been taken by the government and is no longer the city initiatives and so on. But nevertheless, it is still a center of research. And in the time when we were fighting for EIT, Professor Langer was Vice Minister of Science and Education. He was actually, I think, Secretary of State. And that was the reason why he became a very often a guest in Wrocław, and he really shared our idea for EIT, and it was extremely helpful with all these, I would say, attempts to really have EIT here. By the way, I think that EIT will be much better off if we will have a headquarters in Wrocław nowadays rather than in Budapest. But that's enough politics, okay? And so that was the beginning of thinking in a team. And this reminds me that I have learned, one time I learned the Jewish definition of a city. You know what is a Jewish definition of a city? The city is a community where at least 3 people think. And this exactly happened in Wrocław. Rafał Dudkiewicz was the number 1, and he was always, as we said it a few times, was always thinking, we have to have the city where the priority will be for research. That will be the academic city, he used to call. By the way, he also he used to say that the most satisfaction from taking this post as the mayor of the city is for him the fact that Wrocław is the host for so many universities and over 100,000 students. So in fact, if we look at how the Academia Europaea Hub has been established, I would say in a time when Lars considered to establish hub or not, it was a very good soil here in Wrocław. Ambition, possibilities, and the support of the city. It was absolutely essential and important. Well, Lars, you already showed us, in a sense, activity also, the Wrocław Hub. So I have almost nothing to add to these activities. Most of you surely know that the essential part of these activities, in the sense of seminars, was done by our colleagues from humanities, from the university and humanities. And I think it is time and it's a good moment to thank Professor Kołodziejczak, who was one of these spiritus movements for these initiatives. Difficulties to maintain or introduce the hub into a structure of the city, that's just another point. Because, as you know, the regulations concerning the self-governance in our country does not allow you to have or to sponsor or to finance the institutions which will be of the purely academic kind or research. So how to maintain administration of the academic hub into the city structure? That was a main point and main difficulties which were overcome thanks to, of course, Mayor, and also some kind of, I would say, legal attempt to establish administration which will be, on the one hand, helping the city, municipality, but in fact, it will be the main force to help Academia Europaea. And the first, at the beginning, and as Lars already mentioned, I think, and David Coates, the General Secretary, will surely approve it. At least at the beginning, our colleagues in the administration of the hub were very helpful for Academia Europaea. Let me mention to, of course, Kasia Majkowska and Ola Nowak. She is not here probably, but she was working in the hub for quite a long time, and they both were really supporting for the Academia Europaea. From my perspective, I would like to thank Academia Europaea board for accepting our idea, which has been presented to the board a few years ago, to establish a kind of affiliation for our young academy. Shortly after the Center of Academic has been established in in the city of Wrocław, we have initiated the Academy of Young Scientists and Artists. That was in shortly before Hub has been established, by the way. And let me mention also quite pretentiously that our Wrocław Academy of Young Scientists and Artists was the first young academy in Poland, but it was the second in Europe after the German, I think the Brandenburg Academy. And so our young scientists were very happy that Academia Europaea has taken a kind of help, I would say even a protectorate over the young academy. And for this idea and this support, affiliation, I'm very grateful to the board of Academia Europaea, and I believe that this support will still be active. Madam President, please take care of our young scientists. Finally, let me thank to the rector of our university, Professor Arkadiusz Wójs, for making an important step in the history of our hub, namely to take responsibility for the hub and move this to our university, to Wrocław University of Technology. I used to say, and that's probably easy to say it for a former rector, that our university is rich enough to keep the office of Hub in our universities. I think the rector will not protest, and I believe that this will be also for the future, that here at our university, the hub of Academia Europaea will be welcome, is welcome, and will be welcome for long time. This fact is similar to a solution which is known in many other cities in Europe, as you know, that most of hubs are actually affiliated or even organized within universities. And this is probably the best solution, but surely it guarantees a stabilization for the Wrocław hub. And for this, I'm really very, very thankful. Of course, the list of people whom I should thank for the past time is quite long. And to add to all this who have been mentioned by Lars, I would like to say that at the beginning, when I took the responsibility as an academic director, I really didn't know what is it. I remember the meeting with the board in Wrocław, and I've been informed, actually, it wasn't asking me, but I've been informed that I have been chosen as an academic director of the hub. And believe me, I didn't know what it means. I had many other responsibilities, functions in the past at academia. But what it means, academic director, I really don't know. But in the time, when the time was going on, I learned what it means, and I think this is exactly also the stage which my friend, my colleague, rector, is going through nowadays. So I hope the hub is at the beginning of prosperity. Thank you.
Tadeusz, thanks to you, we already enjoyed a lot of prosperity here. It's not just the beginning. Thank you. Don't be worried that we are running a bit slow, because the speech, the presentation of President Makarov will not be short, and we have some freedom to delay. So even though I will speak for a bit, and this is not at the cost of President's speech. I will not take too much time also because of such wonderful other presentations. Can we start with this, the slides? So, of course, I am, as I said, very happy and very excited to be able to welcome all of you, esteemed people and scholars, to this Jubilee. Thank you. To this Jubilee, to this event, this anniversary, this celebration for the Wrocław Knowledge Hub of Academia Europaea. And again, let me repeat that I'm so grateful to both the people who had this idea to make this hub. It was the first hub, so it came as an innovative, new idea, brave idea. So Professor Lars Valo and Rafał Dudkiewicz, our president at the time, Jerzy Langer and Tadeusz Luty. Also people who established this and made it work so splendidly for more than a decade now. So work toward its success, contributing also to the success of the whole Academia Europaea. I am very proud for my university, for Wroclaw Tech, to be the host of this meeting and to be the host for the hub as of recently. And this idea to attach the hub to our university has been emerging, growing for several years. And Professor Luty was one of our former rectors, and also among us is another member of Academia Europaea, my direct predecessor as a rector of this university, Professor Cezary Madrias. Maybe let's welcome Professor Madrias, I mean, this idea of moving the hub here was already emerging while Cezary was our rector. And now, thanks to Professor Maria Makarov, to our current president, this has happened, so we have this honor. And also thanks to our current mayor of the city, Jacek Sutryk, because this is not really a transfer of the hub from the city to the university, but we joined as the university, and now it's a trio. So of course there is part of the agreement of the is Academia Europaea as the whole organization, and we run the hub together with the city. So it's at the university, but we still have not only the label on those headquarters in the Square Market, but also actually have access to the same offices, and city also has responsibilities toward the hub still. Now, it's important, as Professor Luty said, to tie the hub to the university and not just to the city, not one at the cost of the other, but to expand by tying it also to a university. And also, this came with anticipation of strong intellectual contribution from the entire sort of local academic landscape. So it was already mentioned that a lot of success of this hub relied on activity of scholars from all universities, especially from University of Warsaw, of Wrocław, I'm sorry. And this must continue and will continue because we are quite fragmentized in Wrocław, generally in Poland. We have specialized universities. And for example, we don't do humanities and we don't do some other fields, and we complement each other in the city, working in collaboration, in friendship, and towards the same goals. Now, this move of of the hub to our university, to Wrocław Tech, to Wrocław University of Science and Technology, comes at a moment that this university is changing a lot, so it's an important time also for us. I don't want to talk now about what's happening at our university, but just let me share this excitement that it's part of a major change at our university. It helps us a lot. It's not just that we help Academia Europaea by financing something or taking care of some burden, but it helps us to become a different university. And so we will vote for a new strategy of this university in several days, in 6 days, I believe exactly. And we want to be like Academia Europaea. So we want to have medicine, we want to have more social sciences and more humanities. We want to be complete as a very powerful intellectual organization, intellectual environment or sphere that will provide all collaboration, mutual impact and influence for the same goal, for looking for truth and so on. And we also want to be an excellent university. Academia Europaea is about excellence, and we want to be excellent. And not only expanding and creating interconnections at the university, but also opening to Europe, to the world, to maybe some people who are better than us, will help us. One of those elements where also President Makarov was very important, instrumental, is that we decided and managed, thanks to a lot of help, to join a European university called, our alliance is called Unite, and with some wonderful universities that started this alliance. Aalto University, one of the most important and influential in the group. But there is 9 universities altogether. Now, maybe let's now move to the second slide. Okay, so this was mentioned as kind of a history that the first hub was created in 2011. It sort of was at this municipality of Wrocław, but in 2 different legal forms. And then on the 1st of December 2021, at least physically, it moved to our university, to a building that's on the right. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, now one question is for whom our hub has been created, or for whom it is now. And so now it was first, and now one of 7 regional hubs. Alphabetically, the others are in Barcelona, Bergen, Budapest, Cardiff, Munich, and Tbilisi. So we also welcome representatives, directors, or managers, or the other hubs today. Warm welcome to you, ladies and gentlemen. And our hub, like the others, serves as a representation outpost of Academia Europaea for quite wide area and quite broad community, far beyond our city of Wrocław or even the country of Poland. So in the relatively close to us, to give an idea, for example, the hub in Munich or the hub in Budapest, it's close by, but it's quite far away too. So we have to influence for the benefit of Academia Europaea quite some landscape. Now, for what is the hub is how I see it as the current director. Everything was explained already, and it is expressed here in the vision of the hub. And if you can switch to the next slide to its mission, and then the strategy in the next slide. This is all documents from our webpage. But to make it very short, so I believe that Academia Europaea is, of course, about many important things. It's about science, and especially about excellence in science, and excellence that has a purpose. Academia Europaea was created for science to be effective, to have a purpose for society, for Europe. It's about collaboration and also about influence. Academia has to have an agency, influence on politics, on the cultural, intellectual, and academic landscape in Europe. It's about responsible science, things like Europaea, so initiatives that help to shape politics in Europe based on knowledge, which is created mainly by science. It's an example of responsibility of research, of science, not just, say, pleasure of it. Then it's about respect and even selecting most esteemed scholars to be members of Academia Europaea and do it in a certain way, and presenting new members in a very elegant way, cherishing excellence and excellent people is a way to pay respect to excellence. And also it's about, I believe, everything important about science or knowledge, as it was said today, Wissenschaft. Academia creates, shapes, cherishes, cultivates culture of reason and restraint, which is very important in any society at any time, also today. It must be and is about academic integrity. Also, probably it's always equally important, but we perceive mostly our time, so today it is also very important. And our hub is about all that. I mean, it was made to be an outpost and a representative of Academia Europaea here to reach further, to reach here, Eastern Europe, Central Europe, like President Valo said. And I believe our hub is for all those purposes. So whatever Academia was created for, so is our hub. And like our other hubs that have been created after ours, which I take as a sign that Tadeusz Luty's job was done very well, because the hub was perceived as a success, and that's also why other hubs were created. Now, so our hub, we know its strategy, so our hub is supposed to make Academia Europaea visible. Also, it presents and promotes its values, respects, and also showcases excellence, but not only showcases excellence that is already present, but also supports development of excellence. And an example of this, or a signature of this, is the creation and development of Young Academy of Europe, which again is supposed to help young people to become future esteemed scientists, successful scientists, and members of Academia Europaea. And as Tadeusz Luty said, we copied, or we did the same, or we do the same in Wrocław, and we, as a hub, work closely together and coexist and share the same space with Academy of Young Scholars and Artists. Also, our hub, like the Academia, like the whole Academia, promotes and popularizes ideas and developments of science and so on. Now, we have some effects of the, if you can, we can move further, of our sort of activity, of our existence. But I mean, so much was said of much bigger magnitude that I'd rather skip that. If you can come here. One of the effects of the presence of the hub is this increased membership from Poland. But it's, again, I stress that the hub is not just for Poland, but it's just a flash, just one of the examples of what can be counted, that indeed steadily more and more excellent scientists from Poland were presented, paid respect to, chosen. Many of them are sitting here with us. Of course, not 100-something, but many of us. Now, the effects are not just new members, but a lot of new contacts and a lot of training. Our young scientists or adepts of science, not only from Poland, but also coming from other countries nearby, were exposed to excellence in science, to wonderful speakers that not just had some knowledge to pass, but also this effect of uplifting, of showing an example, of showing people sort of wings and purpose and sense of devoting oneself to science. It has been done mostly by Tadeusz over the years here in Wrocław with great success. When I first learned about Academia Europaea and participated in Excellence Days, And I met people like Eva Kondoroshi, who was supposed to be here, but because of illness could not come today. So for me, contact with people like this as a young scientist was thanks to the hub, thanks to events organized by Tadeusz. Let's keep going. So now we have some projects going on now, like help for Ukraine. So Academia Europaea and our hub in particular, sort of Academia Europaea and our hub realizes the politics of policy of Academia Europaea, also opens even to the east even now, so it probably extends your idea, Professor Vallo, from the first creation or idea for our hub. And there are some means to help our colleagues, friends, partners from Ukraine now. And this is pretty much what I had to say. There we can go to the last picture. I don't want to talk now about those very detailed conferences that we organize, because I expect much more important words we'll hear from our president. So let's go to the last slide, which is the picture of our city again. Okay, the last slide that I thought there would be was again another city of Wrocław. There we are. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share this happiness and to have this success, and also that Academia Europaea is now at our university, which I trust, and I promise you will see that it will change not only the city like it did so far, but also our university. And now, so thank you very much for your attention. And now the most important speech. So our president, President Maria Makarov, please tell us why we are for.
Dear Professor Boyce, dear Arek, dear representatives of the city of Wrocław, of Academia Europaea, of the universities here, of the hubs, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be again here in the lovely city of Wrocław. The previous time I was here about 13 years ago together with Jerzy Langer. And he's responsible for my trajectory with the Academia Europaea because he nominated me to become member in 2009. Thank you very much, Jerzy. So my task here is to give you a quick flash about Academia Europaea and its regional knowledge hubs of today. So I will change the slides myself. Anyway, we need to acknowledge the group of high-profile scholars and scientists who established Academia Europaea back in 1988 in the University of Cambridge in the founding meeting. And it's very important to always remember that Academia Europaea covers the whole of Europe. And this is, according to the UN definition, 44 European countries, and that it covers all scientific, scholarly disciplines. So let's run very quickly through the mission according to the current strategy. So it is to defend academic freedom, which, by the way, is a recurrent topic even today. Academic freedom and advance research excellence in the scholarly, scientific, and technological domains for the public benefit of Europe. To encourage interdisciplinary and international research in all areas of learning, particularly in relation to European issues, to identify topics of trans-European importance to science and scholarship and propose appropriate actions to ensure that these issues are adequately studied, and to make recommendations to national governments and international agencies concerning matters affecting science, scholarship, and academic life in Europe. So the main activities today is science advice, which was alluded to. Science advice to the European Commission as one of the member organizations of SAPEA Consortium, Science Advice for Policy by the European Academies. We advise the Hercules group, which now deals with higher education institutions, they advise our board on issues relevant for universities' learning and research. We run discipline-specific activities of classes and their sections, and we have recently established a multidisciplinary task force under the topic of sustainability. And indeed, yesterday in our board meeting, we decided to establish one more task force, an interdisciplinary one, which will cover all scholarly and disciplines of the Academy on artificial intelligence. So we are, of course, collaborating with the Young Academy of Europe, and this, of course, in its time was a wonderful discovery, really to be connected very closely to the next generation of researchers. And we do support widening countries very strongly. So we need the participation of all talent and all of the countries in Europe, and this is a very important task for the Academia Europaea of today. And of course, we support excellence in scholarship through several prizes. So today, the membership of the Academia Europaea, this is a real intellectual powerhouse. So this year, today, before now, we will soon publish the names of the new members. So today, we have over 5,000 frontier researchers as members, and this year, only in this year, 2 Balzan Prizes were awarded to our members. 3 Fields Medal laureates we have amongst our members, new ones, and then 3 Nobel laureates were announced in this year, and of course we have a total of about 80 Nobel laureates amongst our members. Now, current ambitions then is diversification of our membership. So we do need, and please note this, we do need more members from the widening countries. This is a slow process because from 22 to 23, we were able to raise, in spite of strong efforts, the percentage of members of widening countries from 10% only to 10.3%. We have another issue which concerns gender. So from 2020 to 23, the percentage of female members was risen from 17 to 18.3%. And we need also to pay attention to the younger generation as our members. And here we have an issue of criteria because the current criteria do not favor very young researchers. But we are updating the criteria for new members, and this means moving towards qualitative indicators and using responsibly quantitative indicators. So now then, members by discipline. Okay, you have the numbers there. Humanities is the dark blue one, social sciences is the gray one, exact sciences is the green one, and the light blue one is life sciences. So, Kasia, there's something wrong with the slides? So, okay. So here we are now coming to the regional knowledge hubs, and the hubs really cover Europe from north to south, from Bergen in Norway to Barcelona in Spain, from west, Cardiff, to east, Tbilisi in Georgia. And now I will run through very quickly, one by one, the hubs, what are the focal points today, and some general characteristics of them, but I will skip the Wrocław hub because it has been very richly covered. So let's now start with the Barcelona hub. So established in 2013, and the first academic director, Ricard Guerrero, just retired, and at that time, during his time, the hub was located at the Institute for Catalan Studies, and this is the photo. I have not yet gotten the photo of the new host institution, since now very recently this year, the new academic director is Jaume Bertran Petit, and the hub is hosted by the Catalan Foundation for Research and Innovation. And the hub is very strongly partnering and has been partnering from the very early days, from the beginning, with the Catalan government and the Barcelona City Council. And Jaume's, according to Jaume's projects now, the focus is on frontiers of science and technology in society at large, and pay attention to the word society. He's very keen on this. And this, of course, is in the Mediterranean southern European region. So he's starting now with this Agora program. This is discussion with the citizens of Catalonia and Barcelona on scientific issues. The Disputatio program, it has been modeled from a program that was running from 1263, and here the idea is that these are debates between two experts, scientific experts, which have differing opinions of the issue to be discussed. And then, of course, the Barcelona Hypatia European Science Prize, which is sponsored and awarded by the City Council. This is governed by the hub. And Jaume Bertrand Petit is very keen on science and art, and we heard the word art here today very many times. So, then the next one, Bergen, since 14. Hosted by the University of Bergen, focus on research from and about the Nordic and Baltic region and the Arctic. So the emphasis is on marine and maritime research and also the Nordic social model. And this hub supports now the task force that I mentioned, the interdisciplinary one on environment, climate and sustainability, and the academic director is Eystein Jansen. The next one then, in chronological order, is the Cardiff Hub since 16. And this is now, the hub is collaborating on the basis of an agreement with the Cardiff University. The main focus is on science policy, and Cardiff Hub is an elementary actor and operator what concerns the collaboration of Academia Europaea with the other academies in SAPEA, in science advice to the European Commission. And this hub then carries responsibility indeed for these operations, and the academic director is Ole Pettersen. He was here yesterday, but unfortunately had to leave this morning. So Tbilisi Hub then, since 19. This hub is hosted by the Tbilisi State University, and the focus is on interdisciplinary scientific activities related to many disciplines: biological, cultural, linguistic, ecological diversity in the South Caucasus. And this hub is developing what they call the Gelati Academy, Medieval Center for Science and Education amidst Eastern and Western Christianity. And this is really a heavyweight program and activity in the area of humanities. I have had the pleasure of visiting Tbilisi many times, and I have been visiting the National Museum, which has an incredible collection of medieval original manuscripts on this topic. And so the hub has a fantastic, if you wish, if you allow me to use this word, infrastructure, in the form of these digitized manuscripts at their disposal when they are now developing this Gelati Academy. And the academic director is David Prangishvili. So, Budapest then, since 20, hosted by the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, and this hub now focuses on the widening European participation. Its thematic focus is on methodology of science education and urban sustainability, and this in the Great Danube region. The academic director is Laszlo Lovas. And the newest one, Munich, since 2022-23. And the Munich hub is in the process of setting out its strategic priorities with focus on exact sciences. And now please pay attention that the Munich hub is hosting the Building Bridges 23, the annual conference of Academia Europaea. And this is in October 23. The academic director, as well as the elected vice president of our board, is Donald Dingwell, and he has promised to put up to publish the announcement of the conference pretty soon, so you are all very welcome to attend. Now I will close by thanking you for the invitation, for everything we have heard here this far, for the celebration of the Hub's anniversary. And my take of the Hub network is that I think that this was an ingenious idea to establish these physical units which not only operate locally, but they have this wider regional responsibility. And to me, the network of the hubs represents a fantastic contribution to the development of the European research and innovation area with a very original and a very concrete, in a very original and in a very, very concrete fashion. So thank you very much.
Now it's 11:44 or so, and Kasia, for how long should I announce the coffee break? How much?
15 minutes.
15 minutes is not too short. We have to start at 12. Okay, so let's start the coffee break immediately, and let's reconvene for the lectures at 12 exactly, 12 sharp. Thank all of you. let's take our seats. We'll start the session, which is actually a lecture session. Thank you. Okay, so I guess everybody who was supposed to join us has joined us. So this will be the session of 2 real lectures now, lectures on science or on our first speaker will be a highly esteemed member of Academia Europaea, Professor Dr. Erwin Neher, who will give us a lecture on ion channels, their discovery, their function, and their role in biomedicine and pharmacology. And Professor Neher is a German physicist who was co-recipient, together with Bert Sakmann, of the Nobel Prize of 1991 for physiology and medicine. And the award was given for the research into basic cell function, namely the function of single ion channels in cells. And Professor Erwin Neher was born in Landsberg, then studied physics at Technical University of Munich and at University of Wisconsin-Madison in Wisconsin, USA. Specifically, he received Master of Science at Madison, again University of Wisconsin, and then did his PhD in physics at Technical University of Munich. PhD is from 1970. Then he worked as a research associate at Yale University in the USA, and then he came back to Europe and received his habilitation, earned his habilitation in physics at the University of Göttingen in 1981. Then he worked as a research associate at the Max Planck Institute for biophysical chemistry. This was, I believe, in Göttingen. And then as a Fairchild Scholar at California Institute of Technology, Caltech, right, in Pasadena, USA. He was also a director and scientific member at the Max Planck Institute for Biophysical Chemistry since 1983, and is an honorary professor of the University of Göttingen. And now, this is the moment. This is our privilege and happiness to host Professor Neher as the lecturer for the Academia Europaea and for this university and for this city. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Professor Voice, for this invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and to contribute to your Jubilee. You see my title, Ion Channels, the discovery, their function, and their role in medicine pharmacology. But let me start from a more general perspective, namely that during the last 50 years, basically during the time of my scientific activity, there was a revolution in science in the sense that research concentrated on signaling. And indeed, there was what you may call a cosmos of signaling being detected during the last 50 years. And here on top of the list, let me see. No. Do I have that right? Is there a pointer there or?
Push and hold. It is done. And it's not laser or
no. The battery is probably. Well, of course, let's start with ion channels, which actually discovery has a very long history. I'll come back to that. But you see the list, G protein coupled receptors, receptor tyrosine, phosphatases, kinases, transcription factors, growth factors, hormones, neurotransmitters, many, many more, you know. And I would say that, no, that doesn't work either. Yeah, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. So, ion channels. I would like to convince you are a little bit special, you know, because of their large history. You know, they were the first historically for the function to be really understood in molecular detail. You know, and this goes back, of course, 200 years. The famous experiments by Italian Luigi Galvani, Alessandro Volta, they showed us together, of course, with many other activities going on at that time in Europe, that the nerve muscle can be stimulated can be made to move by stimulating the nerve with an electric shock, you know. And this created large interest also in the general population. What you see here is Volta explaining his pila, the first kind of battery, to Napoleon, which just indicates that it really, already at that time, there was a good interaction between science and government. Okay, anyway, 100 years later, the beautiful drawings of Ramón y Cajal, the Spanish neuroanatomist, showed us that our brain is made up of these filigrane structures that we now call neurons. And today we know that our brain is basically a network of about 10 to the 12 of such neurons, which are connected in many ways, each individual neuron receiving contact information from about 1,000 to 10,000 other cells. Ramón y Cajal already had an idea, developed ideas on how information would flow in these structures, the brain, you know. And when you look closely, you see the little arrows everywhere in some of his drawings, you know, which indicates what he thought the signaling was about. And we must say he was mostly right, although all his information just came from looking through the microscope onto dead and fixed tissue. But then, at around the same time, a physiologist in Berlin, Julius Bernstein, recorded for the first time the electrical signal, which we call the action potential or the nerve impulse, you know, with his instrument, which is shown here, a kind of electromechanical device, which was able to record tiny fluctuations of voltage at the cut end of nerves. And the remarkable thing is down there that this, what he calls the negative Schwankung, the negative deviation, was just lasting for about 1,000th of a second, a millisecond or so. Okay, then our knowledge about these phenomena made a big step forward by the work of British physiologists Hodgkin and Huxley, who in 1952 published their experiments on the squid giant axon. The squid has a very thick axon, nerve axon, in which you can insert electrodes longitudinally, and they studied the current that you can measure this way by imposing certain voltage steps onto the membrane. You see these currents, which they showed were either covered by potassium ions or by sodium ions, the lower ones, and they formulated their findings in a mathematical kind of framework and could show that actually a membrane with these properties, being the skin of a cylindrical structure, can propagate a voltage signal at quite a high speed. Okay, so this was about the state of knowledge when I got interested in these phenomena already as a high school student, and then I studied physics in order to explore more these phenomena. And the real question at the time was knowing that the action potentials in nerve impulse is a consequence of the permeability change in the nerve membrane, the change that suddenly certain ions can pass and others not. The big question was, what is the molecular mechanism of these changes, you know? And in the 1960s, many ideas were proposed to explain this particular. The problem was that one needed to postulate mechanisms which are very specific for ions because some of these currents were specific for potassium, others for sodium. And Hodgkin-Huxley already proposed that there would be what they called gates, which open and close, you know. But the discussion was, if it's just gates, why is it specific for one ion and not for the other ion, you know? And there was, for instance, work already done with so-called ion carriers at this time, like valinomycin and nystatin and other compounds, which have been studied and shown to carry ions by just binding an ion and transferring it across a membrane and releasing it on the other side. So many people adhere to this kind of a carrier mechanism for explaining nerve excitability. But Zachman and myself, who were at this time students, PhD students in Munich, already we wanted to prove the ion channel concept by trying to demonstrate that currents would change in a step-like fashion when these channels open and close, you know. So we then did postdocs. Bert Zachman went to London to work with Sir Bernhard Katz. But then we met again in Göttingen, and there we then made a real attempt to tackle this problem, you know. But of course, we had a problem because the amplifiers available for recording currents in biological tissue were had too much noise. We had to improve the techniques of measuring currents by about a factor of 100 to 1,000. And what that means, you can see here on that arrow, which is supposed to represent the quantity current. I think my, 1 second. Whoops. Yeah. Ranges from 1 ampere, which is a typical current in light bulbs, to milliamps, to microamps, to nanoamps, and finally on the range of 10 to the 12th, which is a millionth of a ampere, we expected to see these currents which switch when the channels open and close. Okay, so the idea we came up with to measure currents much more sensitively is really simple. I mean, the standard procedure was to use microelectrodes, glass pipettes filled with saline, which were stuck into the cell so that one could record between inside and outside. Our idea was, if we place a pipette touchingly onto the surface, we could isolate a small patch of membrane for the purpose of the measurement. And if we connect this to the amplifier, and if we were lucky that one of these structures or several are sitting on this patch of membrane, we should be able to record currents in much more detail. And I mean, it's very simple. Of course, we had to overcome a number of technical problems. Particular problem was that we had to establish a very tight seal between the membrane and the glass pipette, because the leak in between the membrane and the thing and the glass was the main kind of source of noise. Okay. Anyway, we had to work on this for about 2 or 3 years, and then in 1976 we saw the first indications of these step-like changes still superimposed on a lot of noise. A few years later, we discovered a trick how to improve the seal, the contact by in quality by a factor of 100 or so, and then we were able to really record very nice step-like changes in current. This was not electrically excitable currents, which you expect to be present in the nerve membrane, but this was currents on the muscle, on the frog muscle, which has channels which react to the neuromuscular transmitter, acetylcholine. Acetylcholine was known to be the substance which is released by the nerve, and which somehow creates a conductance in the postsynaptic membrane. And what we could show here is that this kind of chemically excitable excitability is actually happening in the sense of all or nothing, open and close. Around that time, biochemists were able to isolate the acetylcholine receptor, a membrane protein, which was then shown to be composed of 5 subunits. 2 subunits have binding sites for the neuromuscular transmitter acetylcholine, and obviously what happens if this acetylcholine binds to this membrane protein, the membrane protein undergoes a conformational change, which opens the passageway for ions to flow through. So what you see here is actually a sign, a real-time readout of conformational changes of a single protein molecule. Okay. Then, of course, I told you that my main interest was electrical excitability, understanding the nerve impulse. And so Fred Sigworth, a postdoc in the laboratory, then was able to also more or less duplicate the Hodgkin-Huxley experiment in the sense that he used electrically excitable membrane, again from muscle, depolarized the membrane, which is hardly seen here because the signal in the middle. But what you see is that there are these blips, downward acting blips, upon repeated sweeps across the oscilloscope. And if you add up many of these traces, you get the transient inward currents exactly like Hodgkin-Huxley had seen this in the squid. So with these measurements, we had more or less achieved our job and proved that both electrical and chemical excitability is mediated by discretely switching ion channels. Okay, and as I pointed out, it was actually the first time that the functioning of a biological macromolecules could be observed in real time. Okay, so, but of course, like with all discoveries, one discovery raises new questions, and there actually were quite a number of surprises coming up when not only we in our lab, but colleagues worldwide used our technique to study currents in much more precision in biological tissue, and it turned out that ion channels fulfill various tasks, and different types of ion channels occur in basically all types of tissues, and they are functionally diverse. They may be permeable to sodium, only like in the sodium currents of nerve. They may be very specific for potassium. They may be specific for calcium ions, and this is very important because the influx of calcium ions into the cytosol then triggers inside the cell many biochemical processes which are mediated by calcium-dependent proteins. They may be chloride, they may be relatively unspecific for cations, you know, and there are many other combinations. The mechanisms of activation may also be very diverse. It may be voltage, it may be opening by binding of neurotransmitters, like I showed with the acetylcholine channels, may be opened by mechanical stress. By the way, the stress-operated channels, discovery of those channels earned the Nobel Prize 2 years ago with Dr. Pataputian and, so maybe opened by odors, by second messengers, by heat and cold, and many more. So in the time of omics, it's customary to display what we know in the form of a channel ohm, you know. So what you see here is a kind of evolutionary tree of these genes, and each endpoint is the gene of a protein which codes for an ion channel. So we know that there are about 200 to 300 different types of ion channels now, you know, and this compared to when we started, we thought there may be 5, 6, 7, or 8 different types of ion channels. Okay, so as I said, our technique was used by thousands of researchers internationally. What I'm showing is not our work, but the work of many colleagues. And what you see here are just an example of the different types of ion channels being operative in the heart to control the heartbeat. You know? And what's shown on the right is on one column the channels which are active in the ventricle. The column to the very right is channels active in the atrium, you know? And on top you see the form of the electrical signal, of the cardiac action potential, which is a little bit like the nerve action potential, but has this plateau, you know, which has different shape in the ventricle and the atrium. And below you just see the potassium currents, which contribute to this. There could be another slide which shows all the sodium channels or all the calcium channels, but you see it's a quite variety already of channels which switch on in different phases of the heartbeat in order to tightly control this this waveform. Okay. Yes. Then the next surprises were that ion channels are targets for pharmaca, you know, which actually was not so much of a surprise, since the so-called calcium antagonists that you see here had been discussed for a long time as substances acting on calcium-permeable channels in the heart and in the blood vessels. And what you see is an experiment by Harald Reuter, a physiologist from Bern, who studied cardiomyocytes, cells isolated from heart muscle, and applied nitrendipine, one of these calcium antagonists, in the control experiments. You see upon depolarization this constant flickering, open closing of the channel. On the right side, under the action of nitrendipine, you just see occasional openings and correspondingly much smaller influx and resulting in much weaker contraction. Yeah, so, but the more surprise was that channels are actually unique drug targets, and it turned out that, say, for the drugs which obtained approval through the authorities, the ion channel modulators and transport modulators were basically the second most successful class of drug candidates which are targeting next to G-protein coupled receptors. And here are just a few examples. The amlodipine, the primary drug prescribed for hypertension, and many more. Gabapentin, also memantine, which is the second most prescribed drug for ameliorating the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. It's not a cure, of course, there is no cure, but it turned out that when doctors prescribe this, patients can cope a little bit better with the symptoms, and it's a blocker of a special type, NMDA type glutamate channel. There's other aspect for which ion channel research has become important, and this is drug safety. It turned out that, as I explained before, that the heartbeat is regulated by several types of ion channels, and one of them, the so-called hERG channel, turned out to interact quite unspecifically with a variety of compounds which have good properties to be developed into a drug, but this interaction with the hERG channel causes arrhythmias. And so before this was found out, many drug candidates failed in the clinical trials because of these side effects in the heart. And so the American Food and Drug Administration ruled that quite some time ago already, that all candidate drugs for any target, not just in cardiology, have to be tested for side effects in this hERG channel, you know. And more recently, a new initiative has been started by the FDA, which looks into the role of these channels in many contexts and also involves computer modeling of the combined effects of substances on all these channels. Yeah. Well, a third surprise that defect ion channels cause diseases. I mean, this is not surprising. When 200 genes code for ion channels, there may be mutations, but it turns out that there's quite a number of them, like mutations causing arrhythmias, epilepsies, diabetes, cystic fibrosis is a prime examples, and even for single type of channels, for some of channels, hundreds of disease-causing mutations are known, which are present in the human population. Another important field is immune control. What you see here is on the membrane, basically, all the different channels which were found in immune cells, most importantly, on top, the so-called ORI1, ORI2 channels, also called ICREC, which is the main calcium influx pathway in immune cells, activating immune cells. Another interesting example of a channel-associated disease is the cystic fibrosis. It is caused by mutations in the cystic fibrosis transmembrane regulator, the CTFR, a transporter channel, well, it's the protein can both act as a transporter and as a channel, depending on the state. But mutations in this and more than 200 variants, 2,000 variants of this channel are known in humans, causes, in many of them, severe clinical symptoms. And there was a drug developed called Calideco, which boosts the function of the channel, even if it's not in its native state, you know. But the problem was that this drug was a cure which allowed the afflicted persons to lead a normal life, but only in 2% of the patients, you know. And of course, the question came up: why is it that only 2% of the patients react? And a simple reason was found, namely that most of the mutations cause the protein to be degraded before it reaches the plasma membrane, the outer membrane of the cell. So, of course, if you have a drug which boosts the function of the channel, but the channel doesn't get to its place where it has to act, you know, then the drug is of no use. So further research then on the so-called trafficking of this protein, the way of this protein being, after being made in the inside of the cell, being transported to the plasma membrane, more research into that process then resulted in new drugs, for instance, Trifacta, which now is of help for 90% of the patients, and more progress is expected. Okay, so these were, I think, a few examples on what an improved measuring technology can lead to, you know. But let me close with a somewhat another surprising role, namely the role of ion channels in sensation of heat and cold. And I mentioned already that this was these discoveries were the Nobel Prize 2 years ago. And of course, it has been known that in the skin we have multiple receptors for touch, for pain, for heat, for cold, and so on, you know. And in some of these nerve endings in the skin, there are specialized ion channels which open and close in a temperature-dependent fashion. So all of these channels are from one class of channels, namely the so-called transmembrane transient receptor potential channels, TRP, and there is one variety, TRPA1, which switches in the cold between, say, 0 and 10 degrees. There is on the other side the channel TRPV2, which switches only in extreme heat, you know. So together, these channels cover the range of temperatures that we are able to distinguish. But what's the surprise? I promise a surprise. The surprise is that these channels are not only reacting to temperature, but are also activated, influenced by certain compounds. And not surprisingly, the channels which sense heat on the very right are TRPV1, for instance, are activated by capsaicin extract from hot pepper, you know. The channel on the very left, TRPA1, is activated by substances that you find in mint, you know. So that explains why you feel hot when you eat a hot meal, you know, and why say, a tea may have a very pleasant, cooling sensation. So, that's it. Let me just summarize or a kind of note on science policy. Not to forget basic research, you know. When we started our research, we just wanted to better understand nerve excitability. We thought there may be 5 to 10 different types of ion channels. We expected ion channels to be confined to excitable tissue, which is nerve, muscle, some kind of neuroendocrine cells, you know. What was found with the improved recording techniques is that there are hundreds of different types of channels. They are basically found in basically every part of our body, and their study is of great importance for drug development and understanding disease mechanisms. I shouldn't stop before mentioning that, of course, the very first basic work was done together with Bert Zackmann, and then some of the important improvements were done in our joint lab together with, at this time, postdocs, Fred Sigwers, who is a professor at Yale, Alain Marty, who is in Paris, and Owen Hamill in Texas, Galveston. Thank you.
If there is any question or comment, then it's most welcome. There is one question or comment.
Is it
The microphone on.
Sure.
yeah.
Thank you, Józef Dulak, Jagiellonian University, Kraków. Thank you, Professor Neher, for this wonderful talk and showing how the basic research on ion channels finally contribute, for example, to the drug discovery. This is, of course, this is not the question, just a comment, because you are fully aware of that. You mentioned the SAIPA initiative by FDA to look for the drugs which cause the heart arrhythmia. And recently, your research on ion channels and other mechanisms have been complemented by other discoveries which have been awarded Nobel Prize, like the induced pluripotent stem cells by Shinya Yamanaka, and the gene editing by Jennifer Doudna, Manuel Charpentier, and also Virginius Sixsmith, who should got the Nobel Prize as well. And all these three discoveries contribute very well, and hopefully will be helpful in development of better and safer drugs. This is very important because this research can solve some problems which can't be solved in experiments in which the animals are used for the research on the drugs safety and the drug effectiveness. So my question would be, what other recent basic studies, basic research do you think could complement more to these findings which you have elucidated here?
With respect to drug discoveries, specifically, well, I think the progress in understanding signaling together with progress in structural biology will be a very good match for finding more specific drugs, you know. In particular, the drug screening, which is often done with cell lines, you know, may become more specific if you develop screening techniques which are based on structures in the natural environment, which they exploit the fact that the different channel subunits come in various splice isoforms, you know. So if one looks more on the details of the knowledge, it may lead to screens which better differentiate, you know, which then result in less side effects.
Okay. May I another one, or if some? So you mentioned the cystic fibrosis as and this new drug which can help, in treatment of this. And again, your research on ion channels can contribute hopefully for treatment of other diseases, these genetic diseases, which are not directly linked to the mutation in the genes encoding ion channels. I mean, the Duchenne muscular dystrophy, which is the disease caused by mutation in dystrophin. There are, of course, also few thousand mutations in the gene, but dystrophin causes disturbances in the calcium, for example, metabolism. So again, this work, the research on ion channels in cardiomyocytes in particular, this is in cardiac cells and also potentially in neurons, can help hopefully in development of the new treatments for this so far incurable disease. So. Do you have any idea maybe on that, how it can?
Well, I can just mention one other example, which is on neonatal diabetes, which by Fran Ashcroft at the University of Oxford was shown to be due to a defect in the potassium channel in the beta cells, in the insulin secreting cells, and who could then show that medication which is usually done for type 2 diabetes can be very effective in helping these babies already, that they can grow up without a need of insulin injection.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm very sorry for a somewhat simpleton question. I'm a condensed matter physicist and semiconductor physics specifically, and if I take this device, nothing moves. So no ion moves inside, and all the processing is practically by electrons. If ion moved there, then this device would stop immediately. So my question is very simple. Why Mother Nature goes different way?
Why Mother Nature goes different way and didn't invent
the transistor, or let's say the electrons. The electrons move easier, faster.
I think
because partly I found the answer, but I would like to hear your opinion.
I think it's just the path of evolution. I mean, the very early organisms had to control water flow, which was one of the first needs for a regulatory process. And I think from this already channel-like mechanisms were developed, and then it just reused whatever was available to the point of the present day brain and tissue. And I mean, one of the questions related to that is, why does nature use chemical transmission? The effect that a transmitter is released from the nerve ending, diffusing to the target, opening ion channels there, a very complicated process. Why is this process used, in spite of the fact that there is also the possibility of direct electrical coupling? In many tissues, for instance, in skin, you have, say, pores between neighboring cells, so that one cell can influence the other one directly through current flow. But in most synapses in the brain, this simple thing is not used, but a substance is secreted, goes to the other cell, opens ion channels there. You have an electrical signal being converted into a chemical one and back into an electrical one. Why is this? My answer to that is that this complex mechanism just allows for very diverse regulation. You have this 3 or 4 step process. You can, through mutations and in development, you can turn many different knobs, you know, and create a high multiplicity of states, so to speak, in the brain. And this is required. A high multiplicity of states is required for complex regulation. I mean, if you talk to theoretical neuroscientists, they tell you that any diversity in the signal flow adds to the information capacity stored in the brain. And, what's your explanation? You promised an explanation.
You mean mine?
Yeah.
Well, sorry, that was the question. But if you ask me, well, in solid-state physics, like in all physics, we try to simplify things, which means that we understand it very well. So for what you just said a moment ago, the complexity is enormous. It's much too complex for people like myself. And of course, these devices are very easy to control in the way we want. So maybe, and that is the guess, of course, that if our knowledge would develop and techniques would develop, at the very end, this type of devices will be completely replaced by what you were saying. Yeah. And because also there is a sort of stability and not only diversity, because this is 0-1. There are just two states. When what you are saying is much more than that. It's much more closer to analogous than digital. But I guess that it's really fascinating. And in many respects, what we find that certain technologies were devised by science, humans, and they are not found in Mother Nature, and vice versa. Yeah. We only try to understand what the Mother Nature did over millions of years. So it's absolutely fascinating.
Yeah. Well, I mean, another aspect is Mother Nature does have no clean room and no vacuum and no heat, which for evaporating all the compounds for making the layers. So, and it will probably never achieve that. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Neher, very much. And now we move to the next lecture. This will be delivered by Professor David Fernandez Rivas. The title is An Emphatic Engineering Journey and the Future Under Our Skin. Quick introduction. So Professor Rivas received his bachelor's and master's and finally in nuclear engineering at the Higher Institute of Science and Technology in Havana, Cuba, and then obtained his PhD at the University of Twente. Then since 2021, he is a professor in the Mesoscale Chemical Systems Group at the University of Twente. He's a research affiliate at the Mechanical Engineering Department at MIT as well since 2017, and visiting professor at the Dermatology Department, Erasmus MC Hospital in Rotterdam, also in the Netherlands. Now, his research interests and expertise are in the areas of microfluidics, transdermal drug delivery alternatives, solar to fuel cells, process intensification, acoustic cavitation, and sonochemistry. In 2019, he obtained the European Research Council starting grant for his project Bubble Gun, aimed at penetrating microjets in soft substrates toward controlled needle-free injections. He has received several recognitions, such as the Young Sonochemist Award given by the Japan Society of Sonochemistry in 2011, the Peter Langerhuisen Lambertus Fons Prize. Languages are difficult. Polish is not so difficult as these names. Awarded by the Royal Holland Society of Sciences and Humanities, and was elected an Engineer of the Year in 2021, and also received the Prince Friso Award by the Royal Dutch Institute of Engineers. His work in public outreach earned him the Stairways to Impact Award, granted by the Dutch Scientific Council, and the University of Twente in the Media Award, both in 2021. He was elected to the Global Young Academy in 2020 and the Young Academy Europe in 2020, elected also secretary of this academy in 2023. David has also co-authored over 60 reviewed papers, but also wrote a book, Emphatic Entrepreneurial Engineering, and he's an inventor of a patent commercialized by the spin-off Bubble Clean, the one I mentioned in 2013, of which he is a co-founder. He also founded Flow Beams, a spin-off from the University of Twente in 2021, to valorize his research, and also has a second patent on needle-free injections. That's enough. There is more, but I'll stop here, not to steal your time. Everybody can imagine how much more there is, and we'll hear what you really do and what you have achieved. I'm happy that you're here.
Well, thank you very much for such a nice and long introduction. I was not expecting to have it read completely. I realize I'm standing between you and lunch, so I will try to keep it fast, but not too fast. So, after that introduction, I think we can move on to the next slide. So I want to ask the audience, like, what are your feelings when you look at such a picture? Yeah? I guess that most of you already have the impulse to go and try to help, right? So I hope. So typically we have this ability, and sometimes, it's not typically associated to the STEM disciplines, but I would like to argue today that we need more of this reaction. So what I want to discuss today is 2 points: what I think are tools necessary to innovate, and then how I'm applying these tools in my own research and scientific work. Now, we have a challenge as educators. So I'm a professor at the university, and I think that nowadays we need to teach more in less time. We need to be also inclusive, and we need to consider different cultures in international universities right now. And I wonder how we are going to achieve this Homo Universalis dream. So to me, that's a big challenge. Now, if we look in history to try to learn from the past inventors or engineers, we typically have a picture that is, mostly male-dominated. And I've been doing some research trying to find out what was the main driver or what worked in their case. And later on, we will come back to this question, like, where are the women? No? Now, the world back in the days of, in this case, Archimedes, in my view, was relatively small. No? If you look at maps of the time, it seems that the world was relatively smaller. And probably Archimedes exchanged a few letters with some wise men, but the complexity of those tasks probably was not as big as we are familiar today. What happened in time when the world became slightly bigger, also the complexity of engineers like Simon Stevin was more complex. He probably had to interact with more people. And at some point we realized that the Earth has some finite length. There are some arguments here and there that is flat. But then something that I'm happy to mention, for example, in the Netherlands, there's already a few female names popping out already in the 20th century. Now, what I want to raise, the point here is that the importance of teamwork, in my view, has only increased. Now, if we move on a bit closer to our day, it was surprising that such a small molecule, like the COVID virus, put our world to a standstill. And then I start thinking, like, what is really the quality that allows us to survive and continue innovating during those dark years? And then, obviously, here, teamwork and communication with all our colleagues around the world, I believe, kept us alive. Now, the world continues to grow, and the digital world actually is even bigger. So here you have Google. If you will map the size of users to some sort of cartographic element, you will see YouTube is comparable size with Google. You have the dark web somewhere. And, the challenges of our physical world are immense, but also our digital world are increasing. So let's move on two more definitions before I unpack for you what I think are the necessary tools to keep innovating. The first one is innovation, which in many people's head sometimes feels like smoke. No? In the words of some politicians and some people, sometimes it's like very vague definition. So that's why I took the task to try to define it for myself. And I think many of you might agree with me that sometimes we come with innovation and somebody probably did something similar a few years ago, maybe a few centuries ago. So typically we might be just rephrasing something or in a different setting. The second definition that I think is very controversial in academic circles is what an entrepreneur is. And for me, the most important characteristic of an entrepreneur is that it's a risk taker. And then the risk, in some cases, can be your reputation, because when things don't go the way you want, then, well, people can ridicule you. If you have money, probably you put money in the idea and maybe you lose it. And, well, what I believe is that some people associate an entrepreneur with an interest in making money. But I argue that it's not necessarily the case. I know many founders of companies that were already rich, and when they create a new company, can be, for example, to improve the environment. So there are different reasons to innovate and are not money necessarily. Lastly, an intrapreneur is a person who is already part of a larger organization and not necessarily has to found a new company. So with these two definitions in place, we can move on to what I think is the biggest challenge for us as educators, is that when we present our students with such an image, to me, it's very overwhelming. Because even though it's nicely packed in 17 goals, when you click any of them, there's a huge set of points that pops out, and then, well, you have to decide where you want to start innovating or helping society and the world. Now, then I come with my definition of what an engineer or entrepreneur or scientist or knowledge professional should have. First is, well, some sort of ingenuity. Then we have the ability to teach and not only learn. And why that is important is because our graduates from the universities, when they get their diploma, will go out into society, and many of them will start leading teams, and they have to transfer knowledge to them. So they need to teach, they need to be able also to continue learning. And the last one that is sometimes not really associated with the engineering work is, well, the connecting element. No? Engineers are typically stereotyped as introvert and not being able to, communicate too much. But I disagree, because many inventors and many engineers are very active in artistic and other, humanities activities. But now the real take-home message I have for you guys today is that I argue that knowledge, persuasiveness, and empathy are the main ingredients that we need to keep in good balance so that we can have sustainable innovation. And, well, we can argue for hours what I mean with knowledge, which typically you could interpret like mathematics or physics, but could also be knowledge about who knows better than you about a different topic, or who has the money when you need to, fund your research, which funding agency you should go. Then the persuasiveness, we will see in a moment a bit of an example to make it more clear, is the ability to convince instead of manipulating, and persuading should be seen like the ways that you can give elements and evidence that a technology or a new solution is better than the standard solution. And then the empathy is, as we established in the first slide, is that ability to connect not only with somebody right now in front of you, should be seen also the ability to empathize with team members, animals, and then the generations to come. Because if we keep destroying the planet, then what our kids are going to enjoy in the future. Now, this is very abstract, very smoky as the innovation definition. And then let's take a very simple example, and I will walk you through an innovation journey. So imagine a PhD student or a staff member comes with an idea, and there's a lot of knowledge already about that idea that you have accumulated. Maybe you're not too persuasive because you joined a project that was already funded, so you didn't need to worry about persuading anybody. Depending on your origins, where you grew up, your personality, you might be empathic or not. Some people are known to be a bit less empathic. But well, there's hope for you there. Now, the next step is, well, persuading others that your idea is great. I think most of us in this room have great ideas every day, but the rest of society might not agree with the excellence of such ideas. So then the next quest is like, how can you persuade other people to join your quest? Because you need support. Nowadays, the problems of society are too complex. One person cannot solve them by its own. And, well, the next part is also, you might not have the idea yourself, but you should be persuaded or allowed to be persuaded when somebody comes with a great idea. Then comes a very interesting point that many academicians don't take because it's seen as a red line. You know? So science for science, okay, but then how we deploy it into society. Typically, you need to have, well, an idea, and we already established that our ideas are great. Then you need to find, sorry for that, people to help you execute it, and typically you need to get money one way or another. Having two of the three can get you quite far, but if you have the three, then you are well suited then to enter the real world, and then is when empathy really plays the highest value, because you need to empathize with your customers, stakeholders, and well, that is not an easy task. Now, in academic settings, I can tell, well, this is a loop. You can iterate several times, but in real life, like in scientific research, it's never so neatly organized, and typically it's a crazy house, and these steps have to be back and forth for any innovation that I have been studying. But now we can close point number one, and to make it more clear in my own research, I promised to tell something about a future under our skin, and then I want to tell you a little bit more about what we are busy with in the last few years. There's a small video that I hope the audio will play.
To boldly go where no man has gone before.
So I know already in the audience, some people are familiar with this TV show. Do you feel like explaining what we just saw? All right. Anybody else knows about this particular scene? Well, it's a Star Trek from, well, back in the days, 66, right? And then you see there Dr. McCoy applying what seems to be a needle-free injection to Captain Kirk with a hypospray. Now, how many of you got an injection during the pandemics? Yeah? Well, why didn't we get a needle-free injection if this is already science fiction, it was in the past? Right? That's a question that always troubled me. No? Sometimes we have ideas that are not executed in reality. So why is that? So this is what I will be telling you a little bit in the following slides. Now, needles are very important, and I'm not trying to replace them all, because pharmaceutical companies are able to formulate different drugs depending on which tissue you need to deliver it. So very long needles, and sorry, I should have warned those who are afraid of needles. This is the only slide I think that I have needles, so apologies for that. Now, with a needle long enough, you can get to the muscle. Smaller needles allow you to get to more superficial layers. Now, the challenge there is that if you want to inject without needles, well, not only you have to overcome the pain, you also need to overcome the fear, and each of us might get at least 165 injections in a lifetime. There's another problem there that is often overlooked, is that we generate a lot of waste. And we spend a lot of resources and energy sterilizing the material, and then after injection, the waste needs to be processed. So you cannot just dump it on the next landfill. And this creates a serious problem, so the footprint of the health sector is huge. Now, there's another problem less known, but very well-trained doctors and nurses sometimes prick their fingers by accident. And this has severe consequences for their health and also for example, vaccination campaigns, because this person then needs to go to a special protocol to make sure that no infectious disease has contaminated him. So we can agree that, well, we could live better with a bit less needles. Now, the challenge there is that, as we probably have experienced, our skin changes, not only with age, in the winter, in the summer, depending on which part of the body. After Christmas, my belly is a bit thicker. And if you would like to inject intradermally, where there's an interesting opportunity here. There's a big challenge because injecting in these superficial layers of the skin requires special training that is very hard to acquire. And why this layer is important is because, for example, the immune system is very active there. So if you vaccinate intradermally, sometimes you can elicit the same immune response with a fraction of the vaccine. And there are other applications I will mention in a moment. Now, as I said earlier, in innovation, well, we sometimes are digging old bones and burying them in a new cemetery. Needle-free injection, has been around for a while. The first patent comes from the 19th century. There's a French inventor. And then the US Army was vaccinating the soldiers before deploying them to Korea. And in other countries, there were mass vaccinations that were very effective. There were some problems in the 90s before they realized that they should have been cleaning the injector between one person and the other. So there were some cases of hepatitis that put this in a stop. But luckily, for me as a researcher now, there are a few commercial cases. And each of them has a different energy source. But with my team, we are focusing on one that holds some promises. And I will just tell you in a nutshell what I think we might have in the future as needle-free injection technology. Now, for those who have been to Japan, you probably have seen a worker from the company waiting for that moment where all the passengers are trying to fit, but they don't fit, and then kindly pushing everybody inside. Who has seen this in practice? Yeah, I see a few hands. If not, check it on YouTube. It's amazing. So most people are happy with that. No? So this is an efficient way of transportation in Japan. And if you compare it with the traditional way of injecting a needle, it's doing the same, but in the process, destroying the metro and pushing people. And well, when I did this collaboration with the cartoonist, she put some blood here and there. I said, please remove the blood, because it was not very interesting. Now, to summarize this part, as I said earlier, the needle is very good to guarantee that you deliver at a given depth, but leaves the wound. There are risks of infection. People are afraid of them. And what we're trying to do, as I will show you in the next couple of slides, is to somehow make the drug get in between the cells and hopefully deliver better treatment. Now, the applications we have in mind are, well, tattooing or medical tattooing, which not many people are familiar with the fact that after a breast cancer surgery, you can redraw the nipple and bring back the symmetry feeling to the patient, which increases the quality of life. You, of course, have the recreational tattoos. You have also the possibility to draw hair for people who have lost the hair. And, well, a bit more challenging, but equally important, drug delivery, insulin pumps, or artificial pancreas technology. If we can inject insulin intradermally, works better than if you inject in the muscle. Some eyes, I lied to you guys because there's another needle here, but I think it's so small you cannot see. But there are eye procedures that are carried out with a needle, and that is not nice. And then, well, of course, allergy tests for children, that is very important. And, well, I think in this room there are not so many people concerned with Botox, but sometimes, well, this is an interesting proposition for venture capital. Now, how I'm trying to understand and bring this technology to society in a more effective way is trying to build a stakeholder community. And in 2018, I created the first edition of The Future Under Our Skin, where I brought together, believe me, to the same room, tattoo artists, the way they dress, professors, dermatologists, philosophers, to try to discuss how can these new technologies help us bring it to society in the shortest time possible. Because what I'm trying to avoid is that once we have the technology ready, then people will say, yeah, we don't really want that, like the Google Glass technology, and then all these years of effort and research are wasted. Now, how does this KPE, or knowledge persuasiveness and empathy, looks in practice? So back in 2016, my main knowledge was about microfluidics, but I didn't know that much about lasers, and even less about skin, even though I have skin all around my body, but I didn't know much. Then I was persuaded to host a visiting scholar from Mexico, and then I realized that there was an opportunity to look deeper into this topic. And I went out of my lab and went talking to specialists in diabetes care, tattoo artists, and then I tried to get some feeling of what the field really needed. And then I persuaded funding agencies to let me look a bit deeper. And for example, that helped me to get some funding and organize the fusion of their skin. Now, later on, I had the opportunity to visit MIT and gain also more experience from another professor who was creating needle-free injection technology based on a different energy source. And then after receiving the starting grants from the ERC, it allowed me to hire a small team of PhDs and postdocs and increase my knowledge. And also the disciplinarity of my team improved. And then during the pandemics, I received a lot of attention from media and society because they were asking, when can you bring us this needle-free injection? We need it now. Unfortunately, for that pandemic, we were not ready. And I hope the next pandemic will be so far into the future that our needle-free injection will be ready. But then what happened was that, well, I also kept persuading and getting some more recognitions, and now I will be organizing the second edition of the Fusion of Their Skin with support from the Dutch Research Council. So this is very simplified, but I hope that you agree with me that we need to keep playing actively with these three elements. Now, I kind of wrap up all these experiences and learning into the book that was just mentioned during my introduction. And I'm visiting here one of the founders of the Moderna vaccine for COVID, is Professor Bob Langer, who is probably the most cited scientist in history, if I remember correctly. And he wrote one of the prefaces of the book. And if you want to see how the book looks inside, I have there some of the elements I just mentioned. But as you will see here, when I start browsing again, I put there some comics, some history elements about, let's put that again. Should be a video there. So it's very entertaining. It's not that technical. I think there are like 3 equations only. Well, the video is not playing, but well. Now, this is the index of the book. It's meant to be entertaining. Chapter 1 is just 1 page. So if you're in a hurry, reading that chapter alone will give you everything. If you're a teacher, I put a chapter here, which is like a rabbit hole, because when I realized how rich the field of empathy is, it was a kind of awakening event for me. But then I didn't stop there. I went and interviewed colleagues of mine who have been doing their own innovation for society. For example, Connie obtained her PhD, and she was actually in the Netherlands, and she was co-chair of the Global Young Academy, but is now in Uganda training teachers to be better at teaching the younger population. Miguel and Daniela are developing new artificial intelligence methods to improve the greenness of the chemical industry. And this is very funny coming to a place that vodka is very important, because these guys are capturing CO2 from the air, and they are selling, well, vodka, also hand sanitizers, and just recently they closed a mega $1 million deals with the US Air Force, and I think next war will be sustainable because the fuel is going to be kept from the air, and well, it's a bit controversial, you know? Like when you have a technology and can be used for good and for bad. But I think my time for now is finished, but before I conclude, I have a few words of appreciation and making sure that you take home that we need entrepreneurs, the right type though, and the missing tools are knowledge, persuasiveness, and empathy. Now, this we can discuss later because I think it's very hot in the news. I think she just recently, I don't know how many of you know about the case. She has to go to jail. It was announced yesterday. We can discuss later. Well, this is an old file. Here there should be some thank you for Kasia and Anna for organizing the event and, well, helping this organization. And, well, of course, my teams of collaborators and students. And I'm happy to address any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you for the lecture. Congratulations on the success. And let's now open the discussion.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll introduce myself, Dorota Kołodziejczyk from the Wrocław University, and thank you for this presentation. This persuasion, knowledge, and empathy, a very important combination. I'd like to say that there is this group of stakeholders that has not been mentioned, but I'm sure you've been taking it into consideration. It usually somehow is not taken in very many areas, but in this kind of needle-less innovation, I think it should. So this group of stakeholders is also a huge market, and very important in those paradigms of, let's say, persuasion and empathy. And I mean people with disabilities, but especially intellectual disabilities and developmental disorders, because for them, any medical procedure, most of them somehow are associated with some degree of violence, if we can put it in this radical way, and especially injections, which can be traumatic. And the medical, let's say, industry and the medical world, as if puts some kind of blame on caretakers, that they cannot really kind of adjust their people in care, to those medical procedures. While obviously it's very difficult sometimes, and afterwards you have to deal with traumas, and so I think, thank you for this innovation, I wanted to say, and maybe a question: have you taken this social as a sphere into consideration in your persuasion process? Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you for that question. So definitely, I mean, my approach and also what I try to educate my students and the people working with me is that it's never enough. No, for example, when I thought I already had found a solution for needle-free injection, one of the videos posted on internet had a very interesting comment and said, "Oh, great that you're coming with a needle-free injection technology because I'm very afraid of needles. However, I'm also afraid of lasers." So then when I was trying to explain there are technologies based on laser technology, it never occurred to me that I had to then overcome that fear. No? Like with every solution we come to a problem, we might cause new problems. So you were mentioning also about how to train better the medical sector, even society. I know that in some hospital or let's say medical training and legal training, some universities include some sort of empathy, and less engineering schools are doing it. But then we also have to be careful because it's not any empathy. If you look at the different gradations, you have emotional empathy, cognitive empathy. So then it's a bit tricky. There's a very interesting terrain which I approach with care because, well, it's a field in itself. But well, we need to keep talking to all the players in society.
What would you have said about Elizabeth Holmes? What did we learn? Is it just a bad example we can't learn anything from, or can you analyze it in a few sentences and give us some observation?
Yes, so basically you are seeing here some slides changing because this was the wrong file I sent to the team, where I'm having some activities for students, and I asked them middle of the lecture, like, which is the ingredient or tool that you think she was missing? So I think now we have here number 2 that, so knowledge, she's a dropout from university. She didn't know how to treat patients. So if you look at the lack of empathy that she sometimes seems to show, where you see the position she has had in front of the TV, or there are some TV shows trying to tell us about the story, some books that have been written about her. Apparently, she is not totally aware of what it meant for some of the patients to receive wrong diagnosis. And for those who haven't heard about the story, Elizabeth Holmes was the CEO of Theranos, which is a company that promised with a drop of blood to give you a bunch of different results. And then they were putting already in pharmacies these machines and giving wrong diagnosis to people. So you can imagine the level of human damage that this whole operation caused. The only ingredient that I think she was very good at, or tool, was persuasiveness, because she was managed to raise so many millions, and people at the board, former, I don't know,
So you can be persuasive Empathy?
Yes, and this is the risky part. So I sometimes say that the worst is a politician or a scientist, or in this case, somebody, with very good persuasive skills, but lacking the knowledge, or even lacking the empathy. Because some friends, when I was writing the book, told me, but to be a good entrepreneur or a good CEO, you don't need to be empathic. And I say, indeed, the world is full of companies where the CEOs are jerks. Because they don't care about anything but profit and making the shareholders happy. But I argue that if we instill in our students and future CEOs or whoever they become to be more empathic, the knowledge part, they will always be able to acquire sooner or later, on a book or hiring more people. But if they're persuasive but not empathic, we need to make sure that then they hire somebody or they put people in the team that are a bit more empathic.
Thank you very much for such a fascinating lecture. I'm from here, Marta Rusnak, and I've got actually 2 questions. I'm not a specialist in the biology, but I know that laser is energy, and energy can cause some damages on your skin. Yeah, I know that the level of energy probably is sufficient to put it injected inside on a specific depth. But you showed also those instruments that gave insulin in one place. So if the light can cause, I don't know, cancer or some damages and cause, damages to skin, is it possible that your technology will do that? And the second, connected to that the laser is an energy, how you will deal with all those chemicals that are injected, and in fact, energy can change its physical structure. So how you deal with that?
All right. Well, thank you for such a more technical question. So let me break it then into 2 questions you had. So the first one is if there's a risk of the laser to somehow influence your skin biology. So what we are doing is in the prototype that we're working right now in the lab is making sure that, well, the laser is never in touch with the tissue. And also in operational procedures, you make sure that it doesn't hit the eye of a person by mistake. So that is a technological solution that is not a big problem. Now moving on to your second question, that is a crucial aspect that we need to demonstrate. And there are 2 main answers to that. The easiest from a concern point of view is that you can put a membrane in between the liquid that you're heating and the drug that is being injected. But there's a penalty because then there's some energy that is lost in the deflection of that membrane. And some Korean researchers already found that or demonstrated in a similar settings about 10 years ago. So I'm not worried about that. Now there's a second part, which is trying to quantify to what exactly happens to that liquid. Now, more than 15 years ago, there were different types of lasers, more expensive, very powerful, that they might have some sort of chemical changes on anything that you shine those lasers to. But we're using new types of lasers, which are diode lasers, continuous wave, that operate at much lower power, which means that, our bubbles maybe are not so powerful and the velocity of our jets is not too high, but it's high enough to penetrate the upper layers of the skin. We have done some measurements to see what happens to the liquid. And for example, insulin and some DNA samples, what we have measured out of our experiments, we don't detect any change. And there's another extra safe step that we are planning to have, is that we have a channel that unfortunately didn't show in this presentation, but we can make sure that the liquid that is being heated doesn't get into the jet. And our estimations is that less than 1% of the liquid is heated at temperatures that are not even close to boiling. So the probability that you do any change to that liquid is very low. The probability that it gets into the patient is even lower. So we really mitigate that part. And the last satisfying answer is that, for example, insulin and most of these drugs, if you heat them a little bit, typically you end up having simpler carbon change. So it doesn't seem to be toxic, at least in vitro. Once we are ready, we will have to do, in vivo tests. Thank you.
So now we have a little surprise for one of us. And Professor Langer knows exactly what's going to happen. Where is Professor Langer? Come on.
This is you. Well, we are approaching lunch. But before we are approaching lunch, you should know what is tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday, and most of us will go somewhere. When one of us also goes, and hopefully I ask him whether he will match to come home properly before the night. This is the person who is the spiritus movens of everything we are listening to today, who tomorrow completes, hopefully this is a male, because if it was a female, in Poland, I wouldn't allow to say so. Professor Lars Wallow tomorrow will be 85 years old. Lars, we owe you so much that whatever I say is much less than needed. And we talk with Arek, with others, that we have to do something. So Arek, this is you.
All the best for you. Happy birthday.
All the best.
Well, thank you, and it was quite unexpected, but I know that Jersey know the date, so maybe that's the reason. Thank you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lars. Happy birthday to you. So now I invite you all to lunch. After lunch, there will be a young researchers session, and we'll meet again.
Can we have a group picture beforehand, okay? In front of the screen. Thank you.
Right
yes,
now?
now, please. It will take
Good afternoon. I'm very glad you've had already lunch and you are ready to listen. Actually, I would expect even participate in this discussion, which we will start. Of course, it's very unfortunate time of the day because usually after lunch, at least in my age, I used to take a nap rather than direct and I think important panel. But it is important that I will first thank organizers for coming with the idea and put it into program, the idea of discussion, which is intended to not really clarify, but to discuss probably in details something which is called interdisciplinarity, which of course is important, and for many scientists and artists, I believe interdisciplinarity sounds like a future of science and probably also an art. To discuss this with the perspective of the future of science and the art, it is important that in our panel we have mostly, or all young participants, let me say like this. I don't want to say young scientists, because I believe that we will also in this discussion touch the art and a border between science and art, which I really encourage you to do. Because we don't have these plates which will allow you to identify panelists, so let me mention only the members of this panel, and for this reason it will be better if I will take a seat. Thank you. We have a pleasure to listen to remarks and discussion done by 3 members of the Academy of Young Scientists and Artists. It's an academy which I have mentioned in my talk, but it is an academy which is affiliated to Academia Europaea and also has been initiated at the academic hub in Wrocław. This academy is represented by Dr. Marta Rusnak. I have some problems with mentioning the titles because we still have this habilitation, as you know, and I wish I will be able to call all my colleagues who are after habilitation professors, but it's not yet, according to the custom, not yet so. So, Dr. Marta Rusnak from Academy of Young Scientists and Artists, Dr. Anna Dimitrowicz from the same academy, and Dr. Sławomir Czarnecki. I think I have missed. No, they represent the Academia Juvenum. I'm sorry for this. Those colleagues represent Academia Juvenum, which is, by the way, an invention of a rector of our university. but nevertheless they are young. Young scientists. And Academy of Young Scientists and Artists is represented by Dr. Weronika Urbańska, who is, by the way, chairwoman, I'm sorry. And then Dr. Anna Potysz. Good afternoon. And Dr. Adam Poremski. And of course, you know already our guest, Professor David Rivas, who already gave a fantastic talk. Really learned a lot about our skin.
Yes, thank you.
There's a young song about what's under your skin. I think you all remember. But anyway, together, mostly talking with Dr. Marta Rusnak, we agreed that probably there will be two topics which will be offered as the leitmotifs for the discussion. In the first part, we would like to address the issue of interdisciplinarity. In particular, starting with the question, how different fields of science and art are connected, and what's the benefit of this connection, meaning interdisciplinary research. This is the leitmotif for the first part of the discussion. I consider my duty or my pleasure to chair this panel as rather control the time. That's it. So may I ask you to address in your remarks the first problem. Why interdisciplinarity is important? Of course, in the meaning which you understand by yourself. Please, take the floor.
Yes, thank you. So, to my point of view, the term interdisciplinarity will be understood by different people in different way, yes? Because people representing social or human-related science will understand this term in different way than those representing scientific fields like life science or the others. And this is the same comment applies for the artist. But I think the important part is that all of these ways of thinking can be combined, and thanks to that we can have this combined point of view at different problems which can extend our understanding, our perspective, and future development of specific problems.
Good. Oh, your first remark is so nice and general that I want to ask you, what's your field of research?
My field of research is earth and environment,
okay.
Yes.
I'm an architect, so for me interdisciplinarity is natural. I'm dealing with math, I'm dealing with engineering, chemistry, sociology, history. So it's my everyday life. And for me, it's impossible to stick to one point, to one field of research. That's natural for some of us. And how it's about you, Anya?
So for me, interdisciplinarity is very important because I'm a chemist, but I conduct research project associated with the application of cold atmospheric pressure plasma in different fields, mostly in medicine and biotechnology. So without interdisciplinarity, my research project could not be finished. So this is my point of view. What about you, Sławek?
Thank you. I'm civil engineer, so I'm the luckiest guy as well as Marta. This kind of discipline is very multidisciplinary. Even once we had a little conversation with Adam in different situation. He asked me a question, what can match music and civil engineering? And the answer is very simple. Concrete loves acoustic waves because we use it very often to evaluate the technical state of concrete. So even there's a space in civil engineering like for such disciplines in art like music and so on.
Okay, so maybe I will tell you something about our work with Ania, because we are working together on some projects. So we are a great example of interdisciplinarity. I'm an environmental engineer, and Ania is more like environmental protection, yeah, geologists and so on. So together we can make a full project. She had some skills, and I also, I think, had some skills, so we can work together and do something more. But I think also this social aspect is very, very important in our fields of science. Yes, I think this interdisciplinarity is the most added value for our projects. So, yeah.
I'm a composer, so. And artist. So from my point of view, of course I can compose just for piano or just for orchestra. It's nothing interesting maybe from this point of view, but I can use technology, I can use electronic, I can use computer to count something, to use electronic music, for example, to use loudspeakers and lots of any interesting things. I can use computer as a part of my environment, but from the other hand, for me, one of the most interesting and important example of interdisciplinarity connected with music is music therapy, because I use music, I use art and medicines and rehabilitation and therapy, so it's one of the best example, and it is great because I can do my best. I can compose rehabilitation tracks. I can compose music for therapy.
Mm-hmm. Good.
So yeah, I would like to add something that I think.
You still have the privilege to say something.
Thank you. No, I want to connect a bit of what all of you said, because, for example, for good music to be heard, you probably need to collaborate with the architects and the civil engineers to build a theater that has the right acoustics. So what I think, also going to what the colleague to the left, I'm very bad with names, so I'm sorry if I cannot say all the names in one go, but this sort of multidisciplinarity makes it easier to explain to the broader society why it's important to have engineers. Because, well, most people might go to, maybe not a theater, but the cinema these days, even though it's a dying business. But like, if we all as a community of multidisciplinary professionals can come up with these sort of examples that you can demonstrate to society the value of interdisciplinarity, you have here a good case.
But what can we see here, that these are different kind of interdisciplinarity, and the question is how to measure the scale of interdisciplinarity, because it is different if you're making, research of chemist and physician, and it is quite different when you're dealing with music and medicine. Yeah, so is it necessary to measure how wide your interdisciplinarity is, and how difficult it is to cross those borders between fields?
Good questions. Go ahead.
Well, in my opinion, it's very difficult to measure, because we have to define when or where the multidisciplinarity starts. If something is connected with concrete, is it even civil engineering or is it material science? It is very difficult to define when the multidisciplinary starts. That's the issue.
Yes, but I think we talking about multidisciplinarity, we should omit these traditional definitions of disciplines, very, very traditional, which have no longer meaning, in fact. And in my opinion, if someone in her or his research is using methods from the other field, it is not quite interdisciplinarity. I would think that we should think about interdisciplinarity in a wider sense, where the knowledge is covered in different, well, we still use this word disciplines, right? It is important, in my opinion, because look at nowadays, right? In every research, you are using the computer programs. Does it mean you are doing interdisciplinary research because computer programs are produced by informatics and so on? No, right? So I would encourage you to think in a very wide sense of interdisciplinarity. Comments?
Maybe it is so that those both or 3 or 4 connected disciplines have to gain something from this interaction. Then we can call it fully interdisciplinary. That you can see that not only you're using the knowledge from other discipline, but this discipline will also develop because of this connection. That's an idea from this minute.
What other colleagues think? Go.
Yes, I fully agree that if the research stays at the frontiers of several disciplines, it should have certain impact on both disciplines or on several disciplines, because only then we can speak about the interdisciplinary research. Even as the representatives of Academy of Young Scholars and Artists, we had opportunity to lead the recruitment process to our academy, and we paid attention to that young people are trying to fit their research to interdisciplinary part, but it doesn't really matter that they are really interdisciplinary, yes? So this is what you said. It doesn't mean if we are using the computers, our research does not go into informatics, yes? Because everyone uses that. So I think we should really define what is interdisciplinarity, and we should stick to the definition in order to not to cross the border of this definition.
Yes.
Yes, I agree also, but I think this definition will be hard to tell because, as Ania said, we saw many times that students have some problems with connection in this field of interdisciplinarity, and they are trying so hard to connect chemistry and biology and to tell us that is a really interdisciplinary project. But I think this issue starts when we are looking for some solutions and when we are thinking about some problems in different ways. And this is the start of the interdisciplinarity, when we are stick together, but we have really, really different views and really different knowledge, and we are looking for some solutions that are for us may be really hard to know before we say something with other scientists. So I think this is the point here.
When I think about music, we should go to the just beginning of the history of music, for example, to the ancient times, ancient music, because we've got a music form called musical drama, and then, for example, opera, composed by Mozart and any composers, then Wagner and his wonderful dramas, and it is one of the most, I think, beautiful, maybe the most beautiful example of interdisciplinary art, disciplinary piece of art, because I can compose just music, but someone should compose a compose a text. Someone is from, for example, other aspects like costumes, and from that point, when I compose nowadays opera, I can use, of course, video, for example. I can use installations so complicated, and it is needed to cooperate because I can't do it alone. I should cooperate with my colleagues from completely other fields of art and science.
So, with your example from music, I would come to a conclusion that the best way to conduct or perform the interdisciplinary research would be to construct a team with many specialists, but every of them will be again a specialist or expert. Would that be good? Would it be good that we have a team, but within this team, every of, in this case, researcher, will be again narrowly specialized. There probably will not be enough open to ideas of others. I'm sorry for this provocative interpretation. Yes.
If I may, in my opinion, for that reason, the interdisciplinarity is when you have got enough courage to cross the border between the different disciplines and, how to say, gain as much as is possible the knowledge for other experts in another fields. So this is my point of view.
Yes.
But
well,
this is also a question of communication in between those specialists. When you're on your, I think that when you're on an early stage of your career and you've got a wider, or your way is not, or your story is not already written, I think that it's easier to sew or knit your scientific story with the others, because your skills are still flexible, and can, yeah. But I think that you're easier connected. I think that for sure there's so many older scientists that can cross another border. But I think that this flexibility is easier where you are not stopped by your knowledge, because sometimes you're starting some cooperation because you're silly.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I think that we probably need to look at why we have these divisions in the first place. And if we forget about the historical reasons and we try to focus now in the perspective of how to tell the students where they want to go. So my feeling, if I would be a student right now and I see the curriculum of any course where you have, maybe 3-5 mandatory and the rest is elective, so I would be under stress because maybe I would like to follow all of them, but there's a limited time that they have to finalize and get their credits. So I think what we need to work towards an ideal situation where we tell, look, for you to get started, you can play a bit with the different modules, different courses. There are some electrical flavor engineering, civil engineering, so these sort of early stage divisions are helpful to get them started. And then at the end, we need to tell them, now forget about those boundaries. Those are there just to get you in the groove, for you to find where you fit the best, but now go and jump to any other field that you feel that is yours.
I think it's a very valuable remark. However, you actually touched the education at the university. This will be, of course, important, but we should focus on research, on interdisciplinary research, right? The one remark to your problems would be that indeed there's probably only a system in the United States which allows students to choose her or his major at the end of the second year, not at the beginning, not at the first day to enter the university. And in that sense, of course, our university system is terribly narrow. You have to choose in the age of 18 years. You have to choose what you will be when you will be 80 years. Actually, that is roughly this. Now I think it will be fair to ask the audience, would you like to help us with understanding of the meaning, the value of interdisciplinary research, why it is so important? Okay, Jerzy and Lars and David.
Thank you for...
Yeah, it's on.
Yes, it's on. I would like to start with a comment by Professor Luthi. You defined interdisciplinarity, the old definition that you employ methods developed in one scientific subject to study problems in another scientific discipline. That was the old definition of interdisciplinarity as I met it as a young student, and probably you at approximately the same time in the 1970s. And in the beginning, it was difficult because it was quite a lot of not so serious research called interdisciplinarity at that time, and which led to results which were not really standing for scrutiny. But I think at least the definition as you made it, it was important and is important, and I think you have to separate between interdisciplinarity in this sense and what at that time was called multidisciplinarity. If you have a complex problem, environmental problem for instance, you could study it from different disciplines, but not necessarily interacting in the other way that you were studying the same problem. Chemistry and biology, environmental problems, hydrology, atmospheric science, and so on. And I've been involved in this kind of problems also. But I think it's a little difficult. You should separate between the two. Multidisciplinarity on one side, which you attack one problem with from different perspectives, from different disciplines. And the other, where you employ methods from one discipline to study problems in another. And I think there are good examples of also valuable, what I call interdisciplinary research having been carried out. You employ really methods from one science, and in fact I've tried in my scientific work to use interdisciplinarity in that narrow sense of the word.
Thanks, Lars. It's important to distinguish between interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity. Yes.
Actually, I don't want to go into such a detail because it's not easy. So I think that your perspective is completely different than the person who is of my age, simply because you were differently educated than myself, and I carry plus 40 years of experience that you don't have. So this is why I'm not going to enter into this debate this way, because when I was at your time, interdisciplinarity or whatever meant don't go into only what the professor is telling you, but why don't you go to questions in medicine or the others, just to enrich yourself. Okay, but that's another story. But I have a very serious challenge for all of you. Think about 20 years from now, 30 years from now. During last year, a storm went through the news about artificial intelligence. And this was more or less the discussion, like one day Albert Einstein made his theory of relativity, and he became very famous among the nobilities and various circles who invited him for that, and not to explain what he meant by his theory, but one question or one sentence taken out of. He said that everything depends on the point of view. Everything is relative. And that caused a flood of things which ended up that free love and everything is just allowed. Okay, I'm just making kind of an idiot continuation of that, but the question is very serious. I think we will agree that to make any interdisciplinary approach, you have to know, at least in your field, what you are talking about. And it takes years. Well, I remember as a physicist, I had 20 hours of lectures and exercises per week. At the same time, medical colleagues had 40 or 50. And I had no time for anything. Simply because that was, thinking about what I was learning took really much more time. Anyhow, the point is that to be interdisciplinary, you have to be a specialist. Otherwise, your opinion is worthless. Now, the point is, okay, let's talk and make interaction in any of the ways Professor Valdo is telling. And now you have a tool, and this artificial intelligence is nothing more than nothing less than just a translation.
Please don't touch.
Huh?
Please don't touch artificial intelligence.
No. That's important. Artificial. No. Because many people think that this is some superficial mind. No, it is the technique to understand message in a given language or taken to another language. So this is nothing like a robot, nothing of that. But the point is that it may connect different phrases much faster than we do. And this is why it can offer what I'm saying, this sort of interdisciplinarity, because intelligence has knowledge, deep knowledge, or access to deep knowledge in one field and another one. So my question is very simple. We already know that this is some hype about AI. And in 25 years, what are you going to do with this? In terms of this interdisciplinarity, because definitely you will be specialists. But is it possible that this artificial intelligence model, or whatever is said, can act interdisciplinary the way you are describing?
I think after my first experience with ChatGPT, that it's very difficult because ChatGPT cannot differentiate what is true and what is wrong. And he's translating and connecting sometimes the good information and bad information. And it has no power to verify and interpret what words, what phrases it connects. So there is still need of human brain to critically look at those connections. That can support, but that won't do all, at least at this time, at this level of development.
Let's listen to other comments. David, and then there was...
I was actually going to ask about AI as well, but he's usurped me. Because I was going to ask a very specific question about the benefits or the disadvantages in terms of their future careers as researchers or professionals in the case of the architects and the civil engineers. And I'd still be interested to hear that. Good. Because these developments are going every day. What might be the direct impact on you, both as an individual, as a researcher, or a professional, with the developments of artificial intelligence in its widest sense, not ChatGPT and Bard. I mean, they are what they are. And another question, we have a mixture of professionals and potential researchers. I would quite like to know, none of you really have yet have mentioned your positioning within the context of the society of which you are members and of which you operate within. And I would quite like to know, particularly from some of our professionals, or potential professionals, how they see their interdisciplinary work in relation to the societies that have to accept their work.
Okay, well,
who
would like to answer this question?
Maybe someone else.
Somebody else?
Yes, so to my point of view, we come up to the point how wisely we will use specific technology, yes? Because of course artificial intelligence will be very helpful, for example, in medical science, because I believe synthesis of specific chemical compounds or combination of specific molecules might be difficult to be found by people, yes? So in this manner, artificial intelligence can be really helpful, and the aim of its use will be helping society. On the other hand, we will be overusing artificial intelligence. I'm referring to ChatGPT. Currently is totally overused because people are trying to write the scientific articles with that. For me, it's completely not acceptable, because if we are real scientists, we should do that by ourselves. We should present our way of thinking and our finding by ourselves. So in this manner, to my point of view, we are overusing that, but I'm seeing many scientific disciplines where it can be really helpful.
Thank you.
In my domain, if I can, I can see the chance to use properly the artificial intelligence, for example, in my domain, because I'm taking care of monuments and I'm using people gazes to track the gaze to see what kind of changes in a landscape, cultural landscape, are acceptable or not. So let's see if in the future, maybe if we'll see enough, collect enough gazes, enough data, artificial intelligence will tell which society will accept which changes without making researches, yes? But this is a very specific program. Yeah, and this is a solution not to ask people, but to ask certain data, yes. But it is far, far away in a galaxy.
As far as I understand artificial intelligence, it looks to me like a tool rather than a knowledge. Yes, please, over there.
Yes, my name is Zofia Szwejkowska-Kulińska from the Adam Mickiewicz University, and I think what is important, I do not want to talk about artificial intelligence, but I think that if you want to be interdisciplinary, you must communicate with each other. And to communicate, you need to find a common language. And to give an example, I would say, as a biologist, there was a moment that we had to solve problems of big data. And to solve problem of big data, we needed informaticians. But informaticians didn't understand what we were talking about. So there was a need to create or to educate bioinformaticians to solve general problems, because if you study nature, then you encounter a multidisciplinary, because you need different approaches to understand fully a kind of problem. So, and now bioinformatics was at the beginning at the edge of different disciplines like informatics and biology, but now it is a discipline of on its own. So what is interdisciplinary? I was studying biochemistry, and those days it was also very interdisciplinary. But now nobody will say that biochemistry is interdisciplinary.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks for this remark, of course, but I didn't mention that, in fact, we are still in this terrible regime of terminology, of disciplines. And here in Poland, we are particularly in a bad situation, because the so-called new academic law used disciplines as, I would say, the only criteria for scientists and artists, by the way. So this is why, in a sense, we are we can feel frustrated.
And this is very dramatic for young scientists. For me, I don't care. But young scientists have to obey.
Yes, please pass the microphone to your colleague over there.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Arkadiusz Marciniak from Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań as well. And I just sort of, to point, and maybe the question to the panelist, the young engineers, is, the first is a category of transdisciplinarity. I mean, that has been raised, particularly in the social sciences over the past years. And I think also beyond, in the sense that we have been trained in the discipline that were, in most cases, emerged in the 19th century. And the current situation, current challenges, sort of force us to think out of the box. And maybe these disciplinary competences and regimes are no longer suitable, appropriate to address concerns of today. And to what extent we can kind of work collaboratively in a transdisciplinary manner, not interdisciplinary, but sort of overcoming our disciplinary boundaries and our competences and our educations and our publication and everything. And the other dimension that has been discussed over the years is so-called citizen science. I mean, the science that goes beyond the scientific milieu per se. That is sort of referring to your point about social relevance of what we do. I mean, we can sort of work in our little boxes and, you know, come to different conferences and talk to each other, which is what we do. But the question is to what extent this is what we do is relevant to the society. And I think in the politics, Poland particularly, but also elsewhere, there is a discussion, what are we for? And now the Polish Academy of Sciences have a discussion of whether the Polish Academy of Sciences is of any relevance at all or not. I mean, my generation is take it for granted, okay? It should be there, it's a kind of excellence and all that. But the younger generation can challenge this. And I mean, the citizen science is just to listen to non-academics and people from outside academia and universities, etc. And maybe sort of enlarge the research agenda and maybe even listen to the question they're raising and answer they're providing. And what is your take on that? I mean, coming from this engineering background, is this kind of debate somehow present, or do you have any opinion on that yourself as young professionals? Thank you.
Right. So I would like to take on this one. So I think it's not a silver bullet, but perhaps the solution is in training not only our students now, but already those who are professionals and even those who are on the way for retirement, is that we need to nurture more risk-taking attitudes. And why it's important? Because in one hand, we need to train an architect or a civil engineer so that they are super careful, so that if they calculate a bridge and they build it, it should not fall. Because of course, there are some implications if that happens. But we should allow them to be more brave and get out of those disciplines or boxes that are there, as I said earlier, just to get started. And maybe to respond to your question, like, you know, politicians are now saying if the Polish Academy is needed or not. More of our, you know, professionals should take into politics. Because why? Sometimes in some governments, there are no engineers, there are no scientists, sometimes there are no doctors. And we leave it to lawyers and people who never studied anything to take decisions that then have implications for society.
But you know, I think that there is a certain border and there are troubles to convince professionals and some scientists that asking not expert is a good way. I started my research because I was frustrated, because during my PhD I found many articles, do it this way, do it that way. Oh no, never do it this way and that way, and they have no arguments. Yeah. And then I said, okay, if professors cannot say, maybe I will ask non-professionals. And that first thought that I was frustrated, make me into eye tracking and asking simple people, because we are focused on our forming at school, and sometimes we are not opening eyes wide enough to see this interdisciplinarity and see the needs of society.
But I think there is nothing wrong in this, that some people or some so-called expert will say, this is a recipe, and the other expert will say, no, it's not. If you do research, the beauty of research, I think, is that you have to look for an answer, right?
But if you're doing
if everything is known, there are already answers, or as engineers call it, norms. It's nothing for the human mind to do, right?
Yes, but at this point, I would like to agree with Marta that you have to be brave. So.
Okay. Okay. This is exceptional voice, because we have to move to another topic. Exceptional because it's a rector.
So I'm not as a rector.
So some people are equal and some people are more equal.
No. Just a normal question.
You have to be brave.
I don't know. I was late, so I don't know how much you talked about artificial intelligence, but I thought that if in principle it would develop so much as to be more powerful than us, let's say improving mathematical theorems or solving problems, then we have a kind of philosophical problem. It's like contacting a much smarter person, that in what answers we are really interested, what answers are really valuable to us, and what solutions, what truths are important. Because as long as we are the most powerful, intellectually, conceptually most powerful species, then it seems that we are just interested in ultimate answers. But I'll give you two examples what I have in mind, and I wonder if you think about it, anybody in the room. For example, let's play chess. I play chess a bit. And people play chess in a certain way. They strategize, they see certain patterns, and they strategize. Okay, let's say that there is a computer or a mind that can calculate chess completely. And it can say, this is the best move, but I cannot explain why. It's too complicated. You cannot strategize. It's just calculating everything, many moves ahead. This is the best move in this position, but it cannot be explained to a human. Is it then a useful information to me as a chess player to know only that this is the best move, but not why? The same is with Go. It was a big thing when this Go master lost and did not understand the moves, and he could not understand the moves sometimes. And another thing about physics, a very similar example, is that let's say, you know that in physics there is this problem that gravitational mass is the same as inertial mass. So if something is very heavy to lift, it's also very difficult to accelerate. Okay, and now, knowing theory of relativity, we understand that this is no accident. There is a law of nature that guarantees this, that one is always proportional to the other, which means equivalent. Now, if you try to explain it to a monkey that also uses this knowledge, a monkey feels very well that if something is difficult to lift, it's also difficult to throw. But you cannot explain it to a monkey. So if we put ourselves in this position, there are some questions that we have, but we cannot be explained because we are just too dumb. Our brain is incapable of certain concepts, and a supercomputer or a much smarter species can give us the answer. Yes, this theorem cannot be proven. Or yes, this theorem can be proved, but I cannot explain how because it's too difficult for you people. Then is this response, is it any useful? I mean, then the limit of what we actually look for when we are encountering a stronger brain, like artificial intelligence, maybe sometime in the future, it just redirects the question, what answers, what truths really people are interested in. I think only in those which can be incorporated in our conceptual constructs, capabilities. Yeah. Do you think about this now when the artificial intelligence is...
Yeah, I think, let me allow for a few words. The problem which you raised, it's like asking the question why we are scientists. there is a very, as you know, there is a very, very small percentage of, in a society of people who are scientists. And I believe that those who are scientists are those people who say, I'm much more interested in the question, why?
Curious Georges.
I'm not accepting any kind of recipe and so on, but I really want to know why it is so, right? And of course, this means that it's intellectually refreshing. And I think there is I believe all of us would like to know why rather than to know the ready answer from, I don't know, the monkey or artificial intelligence or computer or whatever. So that's my, I'm sorry, I'm not a panelist, I'm sorry. I used to rather control the time. Let me ask you to.
What do you expect from artificial intelligence to help you do your job as scientist?
Do you want to answer the question raised by Rector?
To quickly transform my data. Quickly transform my data. I save my time.
Okay. Well, please.
Maybe from my point of view.
Short answer,
yes.
And we will move. Yes.
Artificial intelligence in art, in music, is very dangerous because the computer can make art, can compose music because of analyzing many musical pieces from the past. The same with video, images. Computer can do it even better than human, but it's not human. So this border between, maybe we should control algorithms in a 20 years time. So this will be kind of professionalist. This will be my profession, not to compose each note, but to organize and compose algorithms to make specific effects I want.
Yes. Yes. Well, so let's allow me to summarize this first part of our discussion. First, let me mention that we have actually learned, with the help of audience, that we have to be careful and distinguish between interdisciplinarity, multidisciplinarity, and transdisciplinarity. Essentially, all those terms were more or less explained here, and in fact, we heard our remarks from panelists which touched all of these aspects. The other point which I want to make is to our young colleagues that you are choosing the way in your career which is very difficult, especially in the realities of our country, because interdisciplinarity or multidisciplinarity or transdisciplinarity is still not welcome by most of the scientific community. And I wish you have a better atmosphere around this than it was so far before, right? The second part of our discussion with panelists is supposed to be dedicated to the problem of scientists and society. It is, of course, probably even wider topic for the discussion, but you can ask many questions, of course, like the way how you share the knowledge with the society. And is it important to share the knowledge with the society? and how to do it, right? One of the aspects of this problem of science and society is diplomacy, science in diplomacy. That's a kind of invention which probably started with the idea of some of American colleagues more than 10 years ago, where famous scientists were kind of envoys, ambassadors for politicians during the political visits in different countries. Science in diplomacy. That's one aspect of this relation between scientists and society. But because we are at the hub of Academia Europaea, it is important in this context to mention SAPEA initiative, which is intended just to have a help, let's say, to provide a help by scientists for politicians, meaning to the society. This, of course, is differently viewed and differently used in different countries. But there are many other questions in this area: science and society, research and society. So what do you think about this? Please, go ahead.
From my point of view, it's quite difficult for scientists because, as it was mentioned today, even we are all trying to be professionals. Whereas, for example, nowadays where social media and spread of information, there's lots of these in the air, it's very difficult to promote your findings. Some of them are not in the way that people would like to have it. So it is very difficult to impact at the society in some, of course, as we agree, in disciplines. Some disciplines are in favor with the society, so they are prized more, they are elevated by the society. Whereas, for example, as not so long time ago, when the pandemic was all around the world, all eyes were on the researchers, if they can help us. So I think the way we present our findings, our research, is also important, just because in some cases people don't know what we are doing.
Yes, I agree with you, because I think it's a real problem to find a balance, because we should be an expert, because who should be an expert? Scientists or some celebrities, but this balance is really important, because we can be seen like an expert, but we can also be this celebrity. So how should we promote our research and science in this way to be seen as an expert?
But first of all, would you think that the so-called popularization or dissemination of our knowledge is our duty? Or is it a kind of a privilege rather than a duty? Because some people were saying it's your duty, you get paid by taxpayers.
Well, it's hard to say whether it is a duty, but I think it's very important, because popularization gives us opportunity to show people that what we are doing is really important and it has certain application. And this is what is important for the society, to see how our knowledge can be applied to improve our life, to improve any other discipline, and how can they take an advantage of that. So I think popularization is very important part of the scientific work. And I also believe it's us who can really wisely and correctly show the importance of the specific field of research.
Do you think that this anti-vaccination movement is a kind of is a fault of the scientific community or politicians? Scientific community in the sense that we were not, I don't know, professional, or we were not trusted from the beginning as experts. So that's for this reason people say, well, forget about vaccination, right? This is the main problem, okay? And I think in our country we saw all examples where the so-called experts, meaning scientists, were asked for opinions, and then the opinion has been forgotten. We're not used by politicians, right?
I think it's a question of trust. That yes, that if you learn not to believe in things that people are saying publicly, you've got a mechanism to doubt. And sometimes you doubt too much. But what we can do as scientists is to learn how to attract people to our findings in a way they like. And everyone likes someone who tells interesting stories. So I think that what is very important to write and speak in a storytelling way, easy narrative, and suited for the audience. So we have to be, as a scientist, more fragile to whom we are directing our whom we are speaking.
To whom we address.
Yes. And also it is very important, at least in my opinion, to share the knowledge with the kids and with kids and teach them how the science is working.
So start from the beginning, in other words, right? Okay, yes.
Well, I think another issue is maybe the fact that lots of scientists know how the research are conducted, during taking into account methodology and so on. And we know it's quite difficult and complex process. And people would like to have answers right now, right here. And we know that answering the questions, why something happens, is difficult to do it right now, right here. And maybe this is the reason why people believe those answers which are actually not true, but they are given right now.
That's a good point, because also one has to mention that there is no scientifically based answer to any question which will be 100% sure. The essence of our research, whatever, is that we can give the answer with higher or smaller probability, right? And this is exactly what society does not accept. Society wants to have answer yes or no.
So if I may write on top of that, so thinking here and listening to all the interventions, I'm going to try to oversimplify something. I hope I'm not wrong. But I think there are two steps that were discussed in the previous point, and there are people that are more interested in knowing why things are, and some people who are more interested, like, what can I do with it? So if we are trained as scientists and professionals to play on both fields, we might be able to convince society that science is just a tool for finding truth. And maybe the truth right now, with the tools we have, and the multidisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity, allows us to reach to this almost certain truth, but then a few years later on, there might be new evidence that makes us move. And somehow, I think that if we do it together with politicians and decision makers, then creates a feeling that indeed science is a collective activity, also the public might be able to understand what and why we're doing it. And then if we get the recognition that entails, contrasted with the celebrities and things that you are saying, then society will believe more that, okay, that's the way it is. These scientists are trying to find an answer, but let's say the politicians start trashing down, like, well, we don't believe in what you're saying because it doesn't comply with our political agenda, and society has no way to unmask politicians with their lies, then we lost the battle. No? So we need to train the society to be critical, but we also need to be critical. And then slowly, if we have, again, more scientists into politics, because sometimes that's also seen, like I was saying earlier, if you are an entrepreneur, how can you be an entrepreneur if you're also a scientist? You are, selling your soul to the devil. The same could apply. Oh, you're going to politics. Oh, so bad of you. You're not a good scientist. Why?
Well, it's time to ask if someone from the audience would like to help us with those dilemmas. Jurek? Yes, please.
I think that the question and the theme is extremely important for many reasons. One trivial reason. Who pays for your study? Who pays for your joy to sit in the lab and solving equations or doing something like that? The society. So the society have to have a certain use out of yourself. Otherwise, it's unfair, right? Now, I leave this as an open comment, but there is another element that Professor Rivas 2 or 3 times argues. Let's go to politics. Well, I must confess that this point was made by Plato some 2,000 years ago, and he devised an ideal society. So that means those who know better are ruling the world. Well, no, normally it can lead to wars and tragedy. So it's better sometimes to have a little bit wise people sometimes, because you can argue and so. But then I can give you the argument why occasionally you should give up your joy of doing research and enter the politics. At a certain moment it was said that I went into politics, I was invited to become Vice Minister of Science, and at that position I helped Wrocław to do something of that. My greatest achievement comes from the very fact that my mind works as the mind of a physicist. And what was the achievement? Well, it was the year 2005, and it was the debate whether to form or not to form European Research Council. How politicians are thinking? Guys, we have to pay for that, right? What is the chance of success of Polish people to get grant out of the ERC? Not much. Very correct answer, because now Poland pays 3 times more than it gets in terms of grants from not only from ERC, but from the whole framework. Not too good statistics. Okay. And I was asked to come ministry to solve the problem, to change the opinion of the government, because my government blocked the ERC at the Competitiveness Council. And of course, we immediately became kind of scapegoats. I mean, Poland, my God, you are entering the Union and now you start from blocking fantastic initiative of the West. So I must confess that I was, shimmering very much. I went to the meeting of secretaries of states from all institutions, and the minister, Michał Kleiber, told me, Jurek, do something, because I cannot go back to Brussels. You have to do it. And then my mind of a physicist worked, you have to give them a simple answer, a winning answer. Otherwise, arguing that this is for society, that this is for future, this is for science, will not work at all. And hopefully, a week before, I read a text how the negotiations are with the union and what Poland is going to get or what Poland is not going to get, especially for agriculture. And it was debate about 2 billion euro that Polish peasants would get from the union after deals are done. So I said simply the following. Ministers, I would like, first of all, enter the discussion and change the position of the government. No way. It has been overtalked. I said, please do it. What is your argument, Professor? Because they didn't call me minister, just Professor. What is your argument, Professor? Well, I said, sorry, this may be a stupid point, but worthwhile. Now, the Minister of Agriculture and Minister of Finance are negotiating 2 billion euro for agriculture. Are you going to lose that? What do you mean? Yes, because if we block the point that you rightly say that we are going to lose 20 million euro. This is more or less our... Yes,
we're going out of topic.
Yes. No, this is absolutely to the topic. So which, and they say, we are going to lose this 2 million euro if we block 20. Within a second, the discussion was over, position of the government was changed, and that was it. Why I'm saying that story? Because the point is that each of you is getting very specific knowledge. And very often, you may find yourself in a situation discussing with the society that you may use your knowledge or like the methodology of your brain. So this I understand entering politics, but not too much. Not too much.
Well, thank you, for this remark. But I remind you all that actually we want to discuss a little bit wider. The topic is science and society, not the science and politics or politicians. Because if I would try to define our discussion as science and politics or science and politicians, I will start with a joke that the science is important for politicians like a lamp for a drunk man. Not to illuminate, but to keep him standing. Okay, so that's exactly how politicians treat scientists. So please be a little bit more generous and discuss society. Professor Kołodziejczak, please.
I just have a brief comment, perhaps, I hope brief. It will be brief. So I deal in language, okay, literature, language, and so on. And since the question was put, how do we communicate our knowledge to the society? I'd like to be a little bit skeptical, at the same time being enthusiastic, always inefficiently, I think, or never sufficiently and efficiently enough because of many reasons. And the case may be that it is not our, in bulk, scientists or academics' fault, but the fault that we all share the language, okay? And we all try to communicate. And now, Marta said, okay, the case is that we should offer an attractive narrative to the society, which is very true. But you have to be aware that the other side, the, let's say, anti-scientific side, yeah, this kind of anti-scientific force that is like operating at the moment has also very good stories to tell. They're very attractive, and they sometimes provide much better answers because these answers don't leave this benefit of the doubt. Yeah.
You mean skeptics?
Anti-vaccine movements, yeah, anti-science movements, etc. They have very good stories. Yeah. The point is, maybe of course, it being true that we have to offer good enough stories, that sometimes we're a bit helpless, because since we have a musician here, a composer, how to communicate very highly abstract music, yeah, in a popular way. You are on the last position, yeah, I would think. Unless you want to trivialize, yeah, kind of popularize as trivialize. Sometimes there's some science. Science is not only facts. Yeah, science is not only findings of facts. Science is also speculation. Science is also, you know, like when art is concerned. Yeah, all these things that we are not aesthetics. That sometimes is very difficult to communicate. Yeah. And also like a very high level of abstraction, combining all of those, yeah, various epistemologies and ontologies, etc. So the point is, definitely we have to break down things to simpler things when we communicate things to the society, but also the question is, at the moment, how do we challenge this anti-science language and stories and massive, absolutely massive discourse operating in social media? This is the challenge, not only how we communicate, but how can we have the power of communication against those who offer stories attractively enough, but attractively enough because they are stories, because they're attractive. Yeah, this is the question, I think, that should be asked.
Yeah, it's always going against the mainstream was always attractive. For the societies. Yes, you're right. You're quite right. That was important remark. Yes, please.
So I would like to say something that I repeat several times. Like, if there's something that hasn't changed over millennia, is our ability to tell stories. When there were no phones, when there were no radios and stuff like that, people would sit, maybe there was wood around a fire, and tell stories. So I think the main answer to what you are raising is like we need to beat them at telling stories better. So we have technologies, we have composers, we have people who can build, technology to make recordings. We have linguistics that can help us, check the script. Does it make sense? When is the best moment to tell a person that didn't go to university the most important message? At the beginning or at the conclusions of the paper at the end? So there are some things that the scientific method for us to read papers and to be trained works in this elite bubble that we live all as scientists. But then when we were kids, we were not at the university. So we can try to dig back on what works for the kids, as was said earlier there, and try to not treat the anti-people as kids. That is a very dangerous thing. But it's like slowly, with patience, we will persuade them with our better built stories, with music, even if abstract or not. Because in between heavy complex, you can put a music to, I don't know, the world is ending, and then we can put a very dark song. And then with science, the people treating water have solved the problem. Then you put a more joyful music, and I'm sure
You're right, but sometimes we are too anxious and we don't have time to do it.
I have to say
but that's the problem.
I have to say that I explored some time ago podcasts, scientific podcasts of Vox Media, and it's unexplainable. And I really ask you to listen at least one podcast of Unexplainable. This is genius. And I can't wait, really, for the next week to hear what subject they will tell, because this is genius. They have a musician imagining how to, for example, make a sound of exploring hypernova or something, a comet traveling through space. And it's so pleasant, and I'm always overwhelmed. And last time, I couldn't believe that there was a fascinating story about development of Annus, and it was super cool. I never believed that I will listen almost 1 hour listening about my butt. So that was super cool, unexplainable. We have to do it this way.
And I'd like to say that single piece of art is not for everybody, it's for a group of people. It's about genres of music, for example, rock music, jazz music. It's not for everybody. So it's a matter of choice. You've got choice to listen this kind of music or not. So this is my point of view. And of course, generally, art and music is for people, not for artists. It's for people, and of course, artists, but for people. So without audience, without audience, music is nothing, unfortunately. So we need have audience to communicate.
Well, the best way would be if the audience will be prepared to take it, to receive it properly, right? But that's not the case.
But what is a proper receiving of music? You never know.
Sometimes should be surprise.
Now, at least to have an elementary education in music, first of all, right? And then, of course...
That's a long story.
Okay, well, please, I still ask... Yes, please, Professor.
Okay, thank you. Just one comment, sort of listening to you, I have a sort of feeling that we are sort of trapped in this dichotomy between science and non-science, which I think is one-sided and it's very dangerous, particularly referring to this anti-vaccine movement, which was a very sociological phenomenon and rather unique. But out there you have people who are not science, but not anti-science. You just want to explain the world using other categories, maybe common sense, maybe some other issues, but you just want to get to know what is going on. And we as scientists, we have other way of explaining how the world works. So I think we have to take this into consideration. Otherwise, it's very patronizing. We are the experts, and we know better what this situation is like. And then the question is of what do you mean by society? And how do you, I mean, is this like one society or many societies, many social groups that you have to tackle, approach differently? Or whether you would like to treat them as a lay public, simply people who knows very little, and then you have to convey your competence and your knowledge. That is the world that I don't like, popularization, which doesn't sound very, I think, well in English anyway. So this is something that we are an expert going out there and present our findings, our discoveries, and then the lay public is listening to us and say, wow, that's a great stuff. Or maybe we should better treat them as stakeholders, particularly when it comes, I mean, listening to you, to architecture and to civil engineering, because it comes to the organization of space. You come and organize space for these people, and people out there have different opinion about what the space should look like, how they feel in their space, and how the space you are going to modify will impact their life. And I think they have a saying, and I believe in architecture, there's a lot of discussion along these lines of how to, like, you have your own requirements. I mean, have to, like, you know, building needs to build solidly and all the technical issues. But at the same time, the buildings, constructions are for people. And the voice of the people needs to be heard. And particularly when it comes to these, you know, developers in big cities, they just, I mean, as a non-architect, sometimes they say they're destroying our landscape, you know, our streets, our way of being in the space is being destroyed by this architectural intervention. So this is kind of thing I would like to get your comment from. And getting back to Professor Rivas, the third leg, that is, you know, empathy, trying to understand, you know, what is going on. I mean, competence is one leg of your model. I mean, I think each leg is equally important.
You have the right to answer
okay,
first.
I can see that also Professor Osowicz was very joyful to answer a question because he is from my field too. But asking question, and we know that the needs of people is changing. So this is why my method, for example, of eye tracking that was my idea. Because coming back to your thing, that people have different education, different experiences, using different kind of language. And first I thought, okay, they're looking at the same way, so maybe I'll compare the way they're looking at architecture. But now I know it was over-enthusiastic because I major more in my research. But we are asking question how to ask people and know what they really want, because this is very demanding, and connected to other solutions that are that we need to confront for the better future, for sustainability and many others. I think that the face of Professor Osowicz was showing that he wanted also to say something. No?
Jacek?
He was...
Osowicz.
Sorry, Osowicz, sorry.
Osowski.
I'm sorry.
Okay, well, but anyway, he
SS. Sorry, I'm sorry.
No. He really represents civil engineering and geology in particular. But nevertheless, I would agree with her because he is close to your profession, of course, he is. Yes. But the issue and the problem which you raised is actually very delicate, because it's something like how to make everybody happy. Well, it would never happen, right? Because
not at the same time.
Not at the same time, yes. But at the particular time, you have to make a decision, right? So this is why it's okay. But would you like to comment on this issue, science and society in general, please?
It's very problematic because there was a text of a song that sometimes the society gets what they want, not what they need. And there's the issue, how to solve it. Well, in my case, it's also another problem. We are very often teachers of people. And there is sometimes an invisible border that they are afraid of us. And it's another issue which should be, from our point of view, solved. Like it's maybe also it's the reason why these antisocial movements are quite successful, because very often we treat intelligence like the things we do, but we have to remember about emotional intelligence, which is also important, and those people are also smart guys. So, in my we should try to encourage people by being maybe more polite, maybe into them. We maybe start to think in another way, not like a teacher and a student, but we should treat them more equally and calmly. But as you mentioned before, we do not have very often time to do that.
Thank you. Well, it's time to finish our discussion. Oh, Lars, yes, please.
Before you close the discussion, do you allow me comment a little outside what you are discussing? Of course, the society is faced with serious problems. We have heard about the vaccine resistance. I could mention climate skeptics, which I think is the most serious problem at present, and I'm deeply involved in that. But we must not forget, and that's what I would like to make as at least my final comments. I would like to go back, as some of you mentioned, Plato, and he was also writing about play. And the Dutch historian and philosopher Huizinga, who was known among historians about his waning of the Middle Ages, but he also wrote a book about play, Homo Ludens, which was not translated from Dutch and into English first many years later. And I think we have to not to forget that to be a scholar and a scientist and a creative, working in the creative arts, is to play. We are all also scientists and scholars playing. We must not forget that aspects of our activity. Even if we are dealing with serious subject, we must not forget that we are playing, and that's part of what we are doing. And I would like to make that at least my last word in this discussion, because it can be too serious. Although the problems are serious, but we are also playing. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lars, especially that your comment sounds like a nice conclusion to our discussion. And of course, also as a kind of a message to our young colleagues who participated in this panel, where it's my pleasure to thank you first of all. And my thanks are going together with the wishes for your successes. You are at the beginning of the very, very beautiful road in your career. And let me thank you also, thank to the audience for staying with us, for participating in the discussion, and for staying so long without a nap. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I want to thank Professor Lute for agreeing to be a chair of this panel. Thank you very much.